What's up, Vamp? Can't believe Sparrow is streaming in my time slot. Disrespectful and unbelievable, I know. I know. So much disrespect and unbelievability. I know. Um. I need to set this goal to something different. It would be. I don't know. Be like this. And then we would add. Uh. This. There we go. There we go. What's up, everyone? I'm just making some coffee, but we're gonna. I think we're like we just gotta polish up the game and test it a bit, make sure there aren't any serious bugs, and then that's it. Look at the snow Mexican adjacent guy. What's up, Emmett? What's up, brother? I know you're streaming right now too, or you're about to. Um, yeah, man, good to see you. Welcome everyone. Hang on, let me finish up my coffee and we'll get going here. Okay. Emmett, my Mexican brother, is streaming on the other side. He's playing a game. You can go watch that if you don't want to watch me bash away on code here, but um we're gonna try and finish this. We basically have everything working now. Pretty much. I wanna say we pretty much have everything. I'm pretty sure. Uh did we just have to add like a few commands, and send like descriptions of stuff to people, messages, and then that's it. Then I can put this out there and plug away on it, move on to other things like the counter widget below. I want to get rid of view on that. I'm genuinely looking forward to that. Um, yeah, I've got plans, but I just want to finish this, and we're so freaking close. So it's great. So we're gonna try and get this done. I did notice an issue. It seg faults when there's more than one connection. So that's great. That's just fantastic. So now I'm gonna have to go and do a whole bunch of printfs and figure out where it might be seg faulting. Um, Fun. That's gonna be fun. What have I done? What is my life? Why have I chosen this path? Because I am a complete moron. Which probably means I'm gonna have to clean up some of, well, no, actually not very much. Maybe just a little bit of this code I have to clean up so that I can actually read it and not become overwhelmed by my own stupid code. So, okay. We're gonna debug this seg fault. We're gonna fix seg faults. Hang on one sec. Um, all right. All right. So to clean some of this up, I would like to. Well, I was thinking I should make a function for finding the connection. I suppose, yeah, I could. It would just make this simpler. Um, I'd have to return the ID of the connection that I'm getting, and then I guess that's it. That's all I really have to do. I can also get number of active connections. All right, okay, I got this. So we'll go make a couple of functions just to ease up on our cognitive load. And we know that I can barely handle the complexity I already have. Find SSC connection by auth name. Okay, so we want to search for it by the credentials that you are submitting. We won't do that for now. And then we want another one called find active. Well, I guess we could just say find SSC. No. That sounds weird. Find active SSC connections or total active SSC connections. That's what we need. Yeah. All right. And then we'll go like that and like this, because my little itty bitty brain, it can't handle all the complexity. I want to make it easier on myself. I should just write a whole bunch of abstractions. Hey, Laugh. How's it going, man? Am I ever not live? Your mom's not live. What do you think of that? Laugh. Yeah. Yeah. Travis is second. What's up, Travis? Welcome in, everybody. Yeah, I forgot to post a notification on my Discord. Maybe I should do that. I'm going to be on for like a few hours. Maybe I should let me go post a notification. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, Laugh. Welcome in, Travis. By the way, you guys are welcome to call in if you like and just shoot the breeze. It's up to you. Just let me know if you want to do that. I'm just kind of, yeah, Travis, you're welcome to hop on, talk about whatever. Like, you guys are welcome, man. Laugh, you're not welcome. I don't want you on here. Return an int. Invalid ID. An invalid ID is a definition I stole from Travis's Kohi engine, by the way. I stole a bunch of stuff from Travis. So get total active SSC connections. You're welcome. 420th. What's up, Dabber? Oh, you're recovered. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, Travis. Yeah, rest up, man. Get better. Get better, Travis. Those migraines. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Still what you need from me? I most certainly will, sir, because you've already saved my butt several times, Travis. I owe you a great deal. You don't understand how much I've perused your code base to figure out how you did something in order to learn from it and then steal some stuff. So I appreciate it. I appreciate it greatly. You are indeed one of the great ones, the Hall of Famers. I hope to be like you when I grow up. Hey, 3D Code Warrior. That's literally my whole purpose for making. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's doing its purpose. I think, you know what's nice though, Travis? I think it's nice to hear it when people actually use it for the purpose you intended. So, you know, having talked to you, knowing you the way that I do, a solid best friend, of which there are a few in my life. You're definitely one. Uh, uh, you know, I know that that's your intent, and you probably don't hear it enough. Although I have to say something, all right, Travis? I have to say something, all right? I don't like the fact I don't like the fact that on your streams people come on your stream and say like really positive things about about like watching your work and stuff and how inspiring it is and everything, okay? You know what I get on my stream? People come on, they're like, "Bro, why are you so stupid?" And you know the worst part? They're not wrong. Self-deprecation is the best kind of humor. Yeah, yeah. Emmett shamed me into colors, so I'm doing it for the sake of everybody who has shamed me into colors. And so now I'm gonna play with your guys' minds. Sometimes I'll go solid colors. Sometimes I'll do like multicolored, and I'll just randomly pick between them. I'm true dingus oriented. Yeah, yeah. I'm one of the true ones. I'm a true dop. Okay. You guys feel free to derail me some more. I'm just trying to figure out a seg fault here. That's all I'm trying to do. Why not make a theme that uses a single color but shades the tokens differently? I can't. I suppose I could do that. Yeah, I could do that. I could play around. We'll make a Sublime theme color stream. It'll be like 6 hours, and and then we'll nitpick about how performant the theme is. And why I should stack all the tokens in an array first before I highlight them, and then determine whether a structure and array is better for the theme. 6 hours. Yes, why is this hex code not performing efficiently? Why is my hex code seg faulting? Very limited palette distracts from my phone. Yeah, yeah. I don't. I hate the theme. Right. I just hate it right now. It's super just sounds like you need to write a new editor from scratch. Yeah, notepad minus minus. Yeah. You're right, Travis. Travis, when you're right, you're right. I can't like I can't deal with the colors. Like this is terrible. Plus plus notepad minus minus. Like who codes with this? Who actually likes this? This is terrible. What about oh, geez. No. This is okay. I don't mind this. Even this is kind of okay. Um not that. This I really like. I like the white. Green, it's okay. This purple one I don't really feel it. I kind of like this one. Trick is to use red background with yellow font. That's right. I used to use colors because it legitimately helps. I have to use because it legitimately. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, would you use this though, Travis? I think even you wouldn't use this shadow theme, shadow rain, shadow theme. Yeah, yeah, I exactly, Travis. Oh, that one looks nice. Yeah, okay, yeah, I've seen that one on your screen. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I'll pull that one. Maybe I'll pull the color schemes or something, but yeah, like this one's kind of okay. I really like this one, the orange one. This green one's eh. But my personal favorite is Hacker Green, which is what I'm gonna go with for a while, okay? Because I the colors are bothering me. Um, you like the orange one? Fine. Okay, Laugh is vibe streaming. Orange it is. Orange isn't that bad. I kind of like this one. I think it's nice. This one comes from the US graphics, the people who created Berkeley Mono. They're really good at being extremely picky on design. And yeah, Adwaita is your favorite. Just make one that has different shades of whatever. Yeah, I'll do that. That's a good idea. I don't mind that. Oh yeah, that's a good one, Travis. Yeah. That's pretty light. I would be okay with that. It's still just a bit too like I just see the colors. I cannot understand the code. Um but it's not so in your like it's not bad. I like it. If I was gonna go with a color scheme, it'd be like that. Yeah. Updated it was terrible. So I forked it and changed it back. Sweet. Open source. That's fantastic. Player name. All right. The old version that mine is based on was wrong, but in a way that I preferred. It wasn't a match to the original, but I found I liked it better. Ah, I see. I see. That is one of the benefits of open source is you can just take it and just do, whatever. Okay. So try and look for a connection. If we don't find it, then it is what it is. If we do find it, then we set connection. Oh, what are we doing? SIE SSC connection IDX is equal to SSC con ID. That's what it is. All right. Okay, that's gonna help me. That's gonna help me out. That simplifies this, so that's good. All right, I gotta find the seg fault. What the hell's happening? Every time I see SSC in your code, I keep thinking you're diving into SIMD. I'm close. I'm close. I'm very close. Damn, Fuzz. Fuzz dropping in a whole book. In the beginning, God created the earth. This is the beginning of my story. When I was working in Nokia, I got put on the team that was doing Java, and I was supposed to review their code as a performance principal engineer, and they demanded that I use notepad.exe. What? This was in 2009. After just 1 week, my report was so bad that the manager took me off the project, put me on another team because it was going to embarrass him and probably get him fired if anyone found out how bad he had let it get. Jeez. Now, in fairness, I don't actually mind programming in Notepad, and I'm not kidding. Jeez. Is that why Nokia died? Travis, we got a new one, Trav. Jeez. Jeez. Shit. Jeez. Notepad is garbage. Can you choose line endings in it yet? You know what, Laugh? Take your Notepad hating attitude out of here, all right? We don't need that kind of attitude around here. Spiro, you gonna work for the Crucible making apps and stuff? I don't know, John Castle. I don't know. That'd be cool, but I have no concept of. I mean, I guess I do have a concept of it. There's a chance. Let's put it that way. There's a chance. Um, but I don't know the details. I don't know anything like that. One of the viewers, I guess, super chatted, reached out to Andrew, and then said and then Andrew said I should reach out to him, and I did, and that's it for now. Just some brief conversations. He has some stuff he wants to work on. I don't know exactly what. He didn't go into detail, and yeah, so maybe John, it could be. There are things being considered. I don't know what else to tell you. That'd be great. Andrew seemed genuine yesterday when he said he wanted to talk to you. He was genuine, absolutely. Yeah, I'll say that much. I did talk to him. I talked to him last night. Um, I don't know yet, Laugh. I genuinely don't know. You know as much as I do, essentially. What he said is he has some projects he wants to work on, and he is considering having me help him out. So he was quite genuine. I thought it was a troll, and I said that. I'm like, hey, Andrew, because sometimes that happens, right? Like Andrew and I know. First of all, Andrew and I know each other. I think I can safely say that without sounding like an asshole. We've known each other for a long time. He's been really good to me. Hopefully, he would say the same about me. I've been good to him. I hope that's from my perspective. So sometimes you have to assume that like sometimes people like to troll because they know when you're connected with someone. So I messaged him. I'm like, bro, is this a troll or what? Because I didn't see, right? He's like, no, 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 it's not a troll. I genuinely have some stuff that I haven't that I want to tackle, and I know that you don't have work right now, so maybe maybe you want to help, and that's essentially the conversation. Like, yeah, man, whatever. He's like, okay, I'll reach out to you again at some point soon, and yeah, yeah, it'd be cool. Yeah, so I appreciate it. Whoever it was that super chatted to him to get his attention. I think it was AirSign or maybe someone else. Was it you, John? I don't actually know because I wasn't there. But somebody super chatted him, and I don't know how much it was. I don't know what the message said, but whoever did that, I appreciate that. That's awesome. I try not to bug Andrew, and he's way too mainstream to care about anything that's going on in my life. So I didn't want to bother him about anything, but that was nice because it helps when it comes from someone else, and it's like, oh hey, like remember, you have this guy, it's what he does for a living on stream all the time. Maybe you should reach out to him. So that was cool. Oh, it wasn't you. Okay, well whoever did, I appreciate it. So yeah, that was genuine. Yeah, yeah, Andrew was genuine, and yeah, this is what you guys don't understand about Andrew. When you're talking to him and you're not like in a debate style with him, he's an awesome guy. He's not like, different. He's still who he is, but he's not what you'd expect him to be offline. He's great. The guy's freaking awesome. Anyway, that's all. That's all. So we'll see. That'd be cool. That'd be cool if I could help out Andrew and his team with something. I don't know what, but yeah, we'll see what happens. No pressure. He's got his own thing going on. Last thing I want to do is ruin it with some stupid thing I do. So yeah. Okay. All right. So I don't know what this seg fault is about. What I do know is if I have only one connection, it does not seg fault. And damn it. I didn't complete. I didn't complete. I couldn't complete. So the function, by the way, is what I mean. Sick bastards. There. Now you should know. Okay. So when I have a single connection. Thanks, John. Appreciate it, man. Peace. This. You did this and I went like this because I'm an idiot. Don't hire me. I'm a high school dropout. I'm so dumb. Don't hire me, all right? Okay. So let me open up the network tab. If I just join as one person, then I don't get a seg fault. I can play the game. Yep. 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 Yeah. So that's yeah. It seems fine. It's not seg faulting. Now, when I decide, hey, I want to oh, you know what it could be? I wonder if it's because I'm connecting from localhost from the same place on both ends. Um, well, let me connect on my other machine then. We can prove this to be true. So we'd go. Well, what's the damn thing here? All right. So, oh crap. Bit by Linux again. I can't do it. Um, the mirrored mode thing didn't work. So now I have to run it in Windows. Freaking hell. No, no, please, no. Jizz. Shit. What do I do? You mean bit by Windows masquerading as Linux? Yes. No, stop it, Travis. Don't stop derailing me. No, stop it. Travis, stop it. Young man. Manners. Um, what? What the hell? Uh-oh. Soon on. Install natively live on stream. Travis's vibe coding, yeah. Yeah, mud coding part number 4545, installing Linux, yeah. Deep into it, it's, yeah. Uh, uh-oh. Yeah, no, you're vibe streaming. You're vibe streaming. It's very different. Oh no. Um, need I remind you of my tweet? You need not, good sir. Crap. Uh, oh, what the hell? That's really weird. Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to make do. Dingosaur did compiling. Except I didn't change it. Except I didn't change it. Yeah, go look at that tweet. Yeah. All right. So we have one player, yeah, and we know one player works. This is not gonna be fun. I'm not gonna enjoy this. And we'll make sure there's no seg fault. Handle client data. All right. So in here somewhere, we are seg faulting, which means, yeah. So this is fine. And change your font to dingbats. I shan't. I shan't do such a thing. It would ruin the taters. It would ruin the taste of my taters. I shan't be doing that. Must you call it the Dingus Terminal? So offensive. If seg faulted, don't. Yeah, no. that's how you deal with seg faults. No, I refuse. I do not consent. Dyslexia mono. Let me see if I get to server log managed to parse headers and body. All right, so that's one. Let's see if we get to this part before we seg fault. All right, so I'm going to connect again. Everything's running. Yay! I've got things running on separate threads. By the way, Laugh, just so you know, what we're gonna do is have for the rings, the channel rings, we'll have dedicated threads for producers, and then we'll have dedicated threads for consumers. And we're gonna then it's up to us to determine how we want to do it, but I've set up a thing where um, we can fill up a a channel with a bunch of data, like chunk it, and then um, read it after it exceeds a certain point. The It's not about the channels. No, no, no. It's about you don't even you don't need a mutex. You don't need a mutex. Um, the thread that puts stuff. No, you don't. You have a dedicated channel for you have a dedicated channel for a thread. The thread processes stuff and it puts stuff into a dedicated buffer. Your consumer will just iterate between it, just round robins the available buffers and puts them into does the consuming of them. You don't need to have a mutex for it because it's all dedicated for itself. The thing that consumes it only consumes um okay, you you don't need a mutex, you need a lock. That's not a mutex. You just turn a boolean on or off. That's it. So or you do a threshold. So you just say I'm now so it's just you're just doing a read lock. You don't even need a mutex. But the mutex is based on thread, right? Like when I think of mutex, I think of a thread mutex. And I'm just you don't even need that. I guess you could do it with a mutex because it's the same thing, but it's not it's not necessary to use a thread mutex. That's what goes in my brain is a thread mutex. You just need like a lock mechanism. And Martin Bell, actually, you know what? We could probably do it locklessly. Hang on. Martin Bell says on YouTube, when I was trying to learn C, first time programming, I found the compilation process hard to grasp. How long have you been coding? Hey Martin, I've been coding for 20 some odd years. Compilation can be a pain in the butt because um, compilers do all kinds of stuff that are kind of specific to a compiler. So you kind of have to understand compiler flags. You just start with basics and work your way up, play around with things. That's honestly going to be some of the best ways that you're going to be able to learn. So read the documentation on whatever compiler you're using, and then play around with your code to try and get the compiler to do something or not do something, and go from there. It's the simplest, safest way to accomplish it. No, I actually think I disagree, Laugh. I don't even think you need locks. I have to think about how to word it, and we're not there yet, but yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't need a lock. I have an idea, but it's fine. For now, it's okay. Um, I'm just looking up. Yeah, so if you look up Clang, Martin, yeah, they have a whole bunch of documentation you can read. Yeah, if you're not using a lock, it's not channels. That's not true. That's that's patently false, Laugh. Now you are actually talking nonsense. Just because you a channel, it does not it's not a requirement to have a lock to have a channel. Because Yeah, thanks, Travis. That's just cute. No, it's still a ring buffer, which is what we're calling a channel, right? You can have a single ring buffer that has the head and tail, and the consumption between the consumer and the producer is you just read the stuff that says ready, and the producer pumps stuff in open slots, and the consumer reads stuff in filled slots. That's it. What do you need a lock for? The idea of a channel here is a queue backed by whatever structure that can only be accessed by one thread at a time. Okay. So maybe this is a definition issue. I don't. I'm wondering why we need a locked system anyways. You have two threads. They can both read from the same buffer, and one only does putting stuff into it, and one only does reading stuff out of it, and that's it. If you put events in a ring buffer, couldn't they get lost if you run out of space? Yes, they can. Which is fine. You can make so instead of you have to think about it this way. Instead of having one buffer and you put everything, all your eggs in that basket, you create multiple ring buffers. You give multiple so each ring buffer could have a consumer and a producer. But in this case, if the producers only produce and the consumers only consume, then they can be on their own threads. Because one thread might attempt to read from an index while the other is halfway through filling it. How on earth are you going to be halfway through filling it and set an active flag on it for reading unless you coded it incorrectly? Like, you fill it first, then you set it as readable. Why would you set it? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, but that you you don't set it as read. No, why are you setting it as read before all of the bytes have been written to it? Why? Or why are you setting it as read only? Like it's ready to be read or whatever that flag is. Like now consumer can consume it. Why are you doing that? Why is that happening? That's code. So you fill it first. Then you set it as okay, consumer ready. Yeah, no problem, Martin. You don't need a lock for that. You can share that data between the consumer and the producers. Yeah, I don't see how there's a race condition there. And the what you'd have to what would have to happen is that somehow the code that's running would have to fill up the consumer is ready flag, or like it's consumer ready flag because everything's been filled in while it's writing and hasn't actually filled it in. And then the consumer, that's the only way that's going to happen. You, enjoy your race conditions, but you have yet to demonstrate how it would suffer from a race condition there outside of you set it as consumer ready before it's actually ready. Tell me how that would work. You haven't proven your case at all. You're talking nonsense, Laugh. You see, we get to enjoy a thing called deterministic, like imperative programming. And when you just don't set it as consumer ready before it's not ready, then you don't have a race condition. So, I don't know, enjoy looking up the definition of race conditions. You clearly don't know what it means. Okay, Laugh? Come back to me when you're an actual programmer and you've grown up. Okay, grow up, Laugh. Grow up. Jeez. Enjoy your race conditions. Can I? Okay, yeah. Now, I'm going to join this. Uh, okay. How does the writer know that the reader is done? You need two flags? Yeah, that's right. We're talking in one direction, but it works both ways. So the reader would set a flag, I'm done reading, which, well, you, well, yeah, kind of. You don't really need to have a flag on the reader. You could flip this around one of two ways. The nature, you know that something is ready to be read or or produced because it's got like empty values. So you could check for, is this thing empty in general? You'd have to be pretty stringent about like checking on that. So you could work around needing two flags. You could just say, what's the state of this thing? Therefore, I can read it or produce it. But two Booleans is, yeah. So is it consumer ready? Is it producer ready? And then you can have um one buffer, like one channel of, or like one queue, whatever you want to call that, right? It's just a bunch of stuff that needs to be pumped into or read from with two flags. I think it's fine. I don't see a reason why you couldn't do that. And as many threads as you want doing producing and consuming can read from the same place um, as long as they understand that their job is only to do the consuming or only to do the producing. So you don't mix and match reading and consuming within threads, right? And typically um, you would do you'd probably want more producers than consumers. Well, okay, it depends. You'd have to that's not always the case, right? It would depend on how much you're putting through. But in any case, you can scale that up or down. And yeah, you could even I mean, what else could you do? I don't know. There are ways around it where you don't need uh, a mutex for it. You don't need to protect the entirety of the array in one thread. You can have multiple threads writing to it. You just have to be smart about the data structure that you're using. You can even have a reserved one when something's being produced. You can say I've reserved this spot and I'm going to read into it, which gets more into a mutex style, but it allows you for having multiple threads accessing the same array. So you don't take up any reserved spots to produce anything into them until the production is done. And then you set it as consumer ready, and then the consumer reads it, and then when the consumer's done, then it frees the whole thing, and then producers can go back to producing in those same slots. So because what happens with the mutex is um well, pthread mutex. So what this guy does is lock the entire data, whatever data you put in behind the data structure becomes mutex, right? So if you're going to put the entire buffer or ring behind a mutex, now it means that you are locked to one thread. So now you can't scale this thing. You could have some really large threads, or sorry, really large chunks of buffers or rings or whatever you want to call these. And unfortunately, they would get locked by one thread at a time. So now you've like locked yourself from from scaling the data structure or the data that you want to adapt because you've mutexed it. With what I'm proposing, you don't need the mutex. You can have as many threads as you want with, within reason. adding data and consuming data, and you flag them with booleans or ints or whatever you're going to flag them with, and then it's lockless. It's you don't use the standard locking paradigms. What's up, Josh? Good to see you, man. The only other way, I don't even know if you can do this. I guess I could try it, and then Laugh would be happy. Is you could if you could mutex an individual record. If you could put a mutex lock on an individual record, that could also work. I actually don't know if that would work. I'd have to test it out. If that works, then Laugh was right all along, which it probably was, because but I was right. No, I'm right. What am I talking about? Laugh's not right. Laugh doesn't know what he's talking about. Problem with that is you need a queue. I need a queue. You need a queue. You need a queue. You need a queue. What? Okay, why? Why do I need a queue? Can I just read through it? Locking individual things would be using a linked list. Oh yeah, instead of well, the ring buffer tells you though. It kind of has that, right? It's just an alternative to a linked list, right? This SPSC thing, it's got yeah, the head and tail is your mechanism for determining what's like where you're at, kind of like a linked list would tell you where to go, right? It's not a linked list, but it's a like it is here, right? Your ability to determine where you have to go is in the thing. We could use a linked list. I don't think I have a problem with that, honestly. Isn't that more like a queue? The definitions are definitely like yeah. The problem is that when you push or pull something from the queue, you're modifying the entire data structure. Um, oh, how am I modifying the? Okay, I'm modifying the data in the data structure, but I don't think I'm modifying the data structure because it's going to be structs in the buffer, like in this ring. It's going to be structs, which we predetermine what those are. So the only thing you're changing is the data in those structs. Ring buffer is effectively a leak list for the tail points back to the head, but it depends on how they linked in the implementation. It's not naive. Um, yeah, it's just a masking order. Like I use a mask order essentially and put it in there. I could even, I bet you I could even remove the mem copy, but I'm not fully worried about it right now. Yeah. I'm not seeing how that's, am I just gonna have to do it? Am I just gonna have to like, yeah, I guess I'm just gonna have to do it because no one believes me. Or I'm just not explaining myself right. Okay, I'll just do it. Has this seg faulted yet? No, apparently not. Now it decides to work. Okay. Let's try 3. I can see it working if write only modifies the head and read only modifies the tail. Yeah. That's how it would work. Yeah. You have one thread that only does reading, and you have another thread that only does writing. And that's it. And then that way you can scale the threads. And then you just, those dedicated threads, it's just that, right? A ring buffer is an array with separate read and write index, which wraps. Yes, right. And that's what I have here. Why is it not segfaulting now? Now that I want it to segfault, it won't segfault, damn it. That's what I have. It's a separate read and write. So head and tail are representative of reads and writes, right? That's what it is. So the tail will be reading, I believe, I think, and head will be writing. And you only one thing can read into it and another thing can write or can read from it, and only one other thing can write into it. I said that really poorly, but you guys get what I mean. So you can have a shared ring here between only readers and only consumers, as long as they never cross each other. And all you have to do is flag the completion of the act on an individual slot. That's it. You just state, okay, I'm done now. I'm done reading it, or I'm done writing it. So it's just a flag, which you would just put in your, you could just put it in your slot in here and in the storage. So when I create my buffer up here, my ring, or if I have it somewhere up here, like here, right? I have ring server incoming events wherever I define it. This guy. So in here, right, I would just put like this. Bool, like ready for read. Bool, ready for write. That's it. And when the single thread does reading, you just don't flag this until you're actually done. And then when the single thread does writing, you don't actually flag this until you're actually done. The game code's incoming channel needs to be written to by n threads, where n is the number of TCP connections. Yeah, I better align those struct fields. You're right, Sir Alf. Yeah, okay. So the incoming channel needs to be written to by n threads, where n is the number of TCP connections. Okay. I'm not sure I follow where the problem is there. Not necessarily. You could also write it single-threaded and use zpoll. You could use zpoll, yeah. That's a bit more advanced. I haven't read the documentation on epoll yet, because a lot of things led me that way when I was reading the documentation on threading and sockets, honestly. And it looked more advanced, and I'm like, okay, I got to put this down because I have enough to do a basic version, right? How are those bulls not locks? They're they're locks, but usually when people talk about locks, they're talking about having one thing lock the entire data set. And what I'm saying is that the entire data set is available to you every time. The entire data set, the entire array, let's say, the entire ring is available to you. There's just certain portions which aren't. When you mutex the entire ring, that ring is locked to that thread because of that mutex. That's not that's not the same kind of lock here. Single thread could be easier in the end. Easy to forget a volatile or implement a deadlock. You could possibly, yeah. The game code is already single threaded. It's not. You haven't seen my code. It's not. I already have an incoming and outgoing on 2 separate threads. One thread deals with incoming and one thread deals with outgoing. Like if we're talking about pre-threads, I already have I have 2 threads in the game. Do you ever access any other elements than head and tail? No, I don't. I don't touch anything. Literally, okay, look. Let me go over here. Mud. Okay, so I've got 2 threads down here. They're detached because I don't care about the returns, right? So I detach them. And so here's one that does move NPCs, and then here's a loop, right? And so this is incoming and outgoing. And anytime that I do an outgoing, the only thing that this does is an SPS push, an SPSC push. And push only ever touches the head. Okay? And pop only ever touches the tail. So that entire thing only ever does that's the only time it ever touches this. Becoming disinterested in working on this, that's fine. I'll do it. Don't work on it. Since you want to learn the details of C on low level, multi-threading is interesting. You might learn all the headaches associated with it. Yeah. How is it different from having one mutex for writing, one mutex for reading? Well, so the mutex locks the whole thing though, right? Like, what are you going to mutex? That I think is the question that I haven't answered, which when you use the mutex here, are you going to mutex the entire ring? Or are you gonna mutex a single item in the ring? That's the difference. Because when you mutex the entire ring, it's locked to one thread. Whereas you can have something that's reading from the same ring while something else is writing to that ring without mutexing the whole ring. You mutex on the mutex object. Mutex doesn't lock data like in Rust, though. It's its own thing. No, mutex is a lock. That's a lock. So any other thread that calls on the data will become blocked until the mutex is gone. That's the point, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. 100x. You block the whole. I thought it's the whole structure, the object, not individual elements within it. So I can't. Yeah, I can't mutex a single element and say this element in my ring is locked to this thread. If I could do that, then yeah, this becomes a moot point. So that I don't think is a necessary thing that I need to do here. If I have a ring with just flags, it's a lock, but it's not a mutex lock. If I could mutex an individual element, that's what I don't know, right? If you could mutex an individual element, like if I could pick one thing in the ring and go, this is mutex lock. It doesn't force you to lock the whole data. Really? Okay, well, you guys are maybe I should just try it out then. Because whether you can mutex an individual element or you have a bool, like if you can't do that and you just bool it up, that's super scalable then. Okay, hang on, guys. That's the point of a mutex, to avoid that two threads access the ring at the same time. Right. But if you implement it smart, you might not need a mutex for a ring buffer, like if you implement all variables as volatile and carefully design the accessors. Yes. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. I think that makes it scalable. Consider edge triggered epoll and a task queue for an event driven worker pool. Okay. Okay, I have to read the poll documentation because I haven't read it yet. I want to read it before I use it. What am I using a ring for? To pass information without get some migraine meds before I go read it. Fair. To pass information between, so I have a server and I have the game, right? And I just need the server to hand off incoming events to the game. The game reads those incoming events and does things like update player position and whatnot. Then it puts anything that needs to go back to the server, or to anything honestly, into an outgoing ring, which then the server reads and sends messages and rendering. So I was using rings because they have the head and tail mechanism, which allows me to restrict. I can do multi-threading and restrict a thread to only doing reading and only doing writing. One thread for reading, one thread for writing, and that's all they do. Doesn't really matter. Mutexes are pretty fast, and the ring buffer functions. It functions itself as well, so you could have like millions of connections without any performance issues. Um, am I using shared memory, or is each request independent? Each request executes on its own server thread. No. No, 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 no. Sorry, no. The server requests are shared. Like they run on their own, like they run in a shared thread. The game runs on the same thread as the server. But the game spins off two threads, and the server spins off one thread to receive incoming connections. Once they log into the game, they get their own TCP socket thread. They will get their own TCP socket thread. Yes. I haven't implemented that yet. I'm doing a single thread for all of the connections. So the server and the game have a main thread, and they share the main thread. That you just run a general, like, just run a game, right, and then run a listener socket. Okay, and so here, let me. All right, so we have int main. Okay, we set a game initialization, and we create a thread for the server, which is we create two threads for the server. One is to receive client data. So you have the main thread, right? This is main. So one thing receives client data, and then another thing just constantly sends the map out. So I just separated that into its own thread. Just send the map out all the time, because we update the map all the damn time through SSE. Anybody who's connected through service and events just get the map all the time. So that's its own thread. Anytime someone connects, whether it's TCP or whatever, it goes into this thread. And what this thread does is it just reads through all the connections and just determines. I just set a flag, like there's something needs to be read in here, because I read the socket the socket activity, and the socket activity will tell me if activity has happened, and so then I could just read through it, right? So just go through all the connections. They're just flagged, has something for you to do. And in this single thread, in this one thread, I just constantly loop through them. And if there's something active, then I just chomp it, right? Ship you some HTML, ship you CSS, ship you some responses for your SSE connection. Maybe you're getting a message from the game, whatever it is. So that's in its own thread. So then what happens is as things come in, I put them into an incoming game buffer. I've skipped a step here, but it doesn't matter the step I've skipped. It ends up in an incoming game buffer. When the game is initialized, so it gets initialized on the main thread, but then it also creates two threads. And one thread is just to chomp through all incoming and outgoing things. That's the way it is right now. So if it sees stuff in the incoming ring, then it just chomps through that. I just need to eat all that up. And hey, someone said they want to move. Someone said they want to attack. Chomp, 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 chomp. You do all that stuff. Then you put the game puts in an outgoing ring. Somebody needs to somebody shouted out to the world. This is what they shouted out. So you have to tell everyone. Somebody said something, so all the people in the same tile have to hear this. Whatever it is, right? Just put it in the outgoing ring. And then there's another thread for just constantly moving NPCs, just like move them, randomize, move them. That's what you see over here. When they move, they'll move in a minute. Yeah, it's just moving. Okay, so now you have 4 threads, and then the server. If we go back to the server, in down here. There's now a 5th thread, and the 5th thread reads all of the events. That's the part that I skipped, right? So there's this 5th thread deals with all the events. It deals with managing the incoming events, managing the outgoing events, reading from the game events, passing it off to the game events, reading from the outgoing game events, all that stuff. It's just an event management system within the server. So there's ultimately 5 threads. 2 of them are just for repetitive things. One is for anytime someone asks something from the server to receive server data that just handles server data, like HTTP, TCP data. And then this last server thread is the orchestration between the game and the server. And then you have the 2 game threads that I talked about. You could do a double buffer approach. When game ticks, you swap buffer and read the data in it. The server is always written to a single buffer. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah. Yeah, that would work. A double buffer. Yeah. Yeah. That would be anatomic. Yeah. That would be anatomic. That's right. You're swapping a pointer. Yeah. A double buffer could work. Where you just swap in and out. Then it's not a weird ring, just a list. Yeah. I could do that on the server side. Then it's just a list. Yeah. I have to think about that. I have to think about that. But it's not something I have to worry about now. Yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing the game will try to process the entire queue during its tick. Well, it kind of also depends on what Laugh wants to do with the game as well. Like, if Laugh's going to work on it, then he doesn't have to do what I'm doing. He can just do something, whatever he thinks is appropriate for the game. And then I just would make the server commit to that, right? Because I haven't actually implemented the stuff I'm talking about. At the snap decisions. Yeah. Now it's turning into design by committee. Well, I haven't committed to it. Well, yeah, committee committed. Now I haven't implemented what I'm talking about. I'm saying that you can do it. Or I'm saying that like I'm covering the scenario. I'm asking the question of why you'd want to do it a particular way or why you couldn't do it a particular way. What I have right now are the threads. I don't think I don't think that's snap decision. I think we already knew we were going to get into threading in here. Unless you wanted to run it on a you wanted to run the game on a single thread, Laugh. Is that what you wanted to do? Like you just wanted to have the tick just do everything? Because if that's the case, I'll remove the threads. It's actually really easy. And then you can just choose what you want to do with those threads. Everything that's been discussed outside of the lock on the channel buffer sounds way more complex and brittle. You'd want to do very little threading architecture since it is easy to mess up. I don't. You want it to be on a single thread. Okay. Okay, I'll put it on a single thread. That's fine. I don't mind doing that. Okay, so then okay, so I'll put the game. Hey, all right. So hang on though. I don't think you can put the game and the server on a single thread. Like I think it's too much on a single thread, right? Like most network, like HTTP servers utilize multiple threads, right? But having the single thread just chomp through in a tick, I think that I'm okay at the very least starting with it. Like we can, if it's a problem, we can always go to multi-threading from that after. You can queue things on the server thread and process on the client game loop thread. Okay, sure. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I'm not too far off the mark. I'm way off the mark, but not so far. Okay. So it would be so then I can keep the threads I've created in the server here, which ultimately is just right now it's just three, but it'll be what Laugh is saying. It'll end up being a thread for each TCP connection or whatever, however is appropriate to structure this. That's fine for the server. But it should be separate from the game thread. But the game thread needs to be its own thread, right? So, okay. So then, okay. So, Laugh then the so okay. I can do one of two things then, Laugh, and they're both easy. But you tell me what you prefer when you jump in on this. I can it'll okay. So one thing I can do is in here in int main, I can just spin up another thread like I am here, and it will just do the game initialization and just run a for loop, and that for loop is yours. It's just the mud loop, and that's yours. You just do whatever you want in that, and that's it. That's what you get. The other thing is I can just run it on the main thread here. So the main thread in here would run the game. It would run just my socket listener. The socket listener, it does nothing but just listen for requests. It doesn't actually deal with it. and then it just hands off requests from the server. Like somebody is asking you to do something, go figure out what that is, and that I can do on separate threads. So the server, the listener portion of the server, and the game loop can run on int main, or I can just right here in int main just grab one of these guys and literally just do this. Whoops, I copied that. Literally do this like that, and then just run the game in here. Game loop for laugh in here, and you get a game loop, and that's it. Away you go. Yeah, option 1. Okay, so I'll do that then. That's easy. I can do that. All right, so I'll do that. The only thing that I am doing in here, laugh, is an initialization for the game. I'm not entirely sure whether you would like to handle that on your own thread. I can move it to this thing pretty quickly. I could probably do it this stream before I end the stream if I figure out the segfault thing. But would you like me to initialize the game up here in the main thread to set up all the data, or is that something that you want to do? Okay, all right, that's fine then. Okay, this is fine because I'm okay with this because um, if we discover that there's a problem with this approach, we have a like bajillion different alternatives that we've thought about. Unless we end up with thread locals, which we probably won't for the game. That's fine. Okay, so I'll leave the initialize game up here. That's the only function that I'm going to call at the beginning. And then I'll set up a dedicated loop thread for you. I'll take out all the stuff that I've threaded over here. It's really easy, honestly. I can just merge them pretty quickly. It's just 2 functions for 2 separate processes, but you'll just get a mud loop like this guy, just mud loop like that. And right now I just go through and do like, move stuff, attack stuff, whatever. You just dump whatever you want in here. Just dump. That's your loop. That's what you get. We could pin this to a core. We could, I don't know, like we can do all kinds of stuff, right? And right now the rings aren't, I haven't implemented blocking or whatever. I haven't even implemented mutexes. I just haven't done it yet because I wasn't, this was too straightforward for me to like, be like, okay, here's what I'm going to do now. I just wanted to prove the concept. This proves the concept. You can do whatever you want with these, and I just have to figure out how to read them from what you end up doing with them. And I can have my own rings, and I can do whatever I want with my rings if I need to, right? That's fine. So just so you're aware, when you get to this, I don't have mutex locks on this. Yeah, this might be a problem. But it's an alpha version. I'm okay with that. And you can decide what you want to do with these. But they're there for you. You can do whatever you want with them. Or you can make different ones. I don't know. Whatever you want, right? Just do something. And then tell me how to read it. So I could probably just do this like even right now. If I go and grab the move NPCs, I'll take this out like that. I'll be right back. Sounds good, laugh. I'll take this out like that. I'll put it in here. That's the mud loop. And then I take these 2 threads out, no longer needed. You just have the thing. There's initialize game. And then in here, it'd be like that. And we're just going to call mud loop like that. this, and we'll go mud loop t. Yeah. All right, this hasn't segfaulted, which is super strange. So let me turn this off, and let's just see if that even works. And one shot, it works. Okay. So there's no locking and whatever on the events. But that's fine. For now, it's just good enough to just do something. So I'm cool with that. And then we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out from there. We can kind of do whatever we want. Um let me just let me go back and make sure that I take out the stuff that I had in here. No, server events. Yeah, let me take this out. Don't need that. We'll whatever Laugh decides to do with that. If you run it in GDB, you can see a call stack for seg faults. Oh, right. I gotta do. Yeah, I gotta get GDB. You're right. What's up, Goko? Password leaked. I could use RadDB. I don't remember how to use GDB. It's been a long frickin' time. GDB options, executable file. What kind of args do I want? Okay, let me go and GDB options. I just want to see what kind of options there are. Blah, 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 blah. Yep. Here's some of the most frequently used. Set a breakpoint, run, backtrace, print, see, next, edit, list. Okay, options. You have an option of symbols, write, exec, se, core, command, eval, directory, batch, quiet. These are some of the args which contain an argument list. You have a PID, which is what? Attached to an already running program. Full name. Okay. Args is just for the program you debug. If you don't have args, you can just use the program. Ah, okay. Yeah, I think it's GDB. Are you using Asan? I'm not using Asan. Is it run game? Oh. Ha ha ha. And no executable run. Really? Run? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you, folks. I'm going to leave this up because I want to read the documentation for this as well. You know what the other documentation I need to read again? I need to read ePull documentation. I'm going to have to read that. This is going to be fun. But I'm not doing that now. Right now, I'm just trying to get this out. And, okay. So, all right. So this is running. the NPC movement is a little bit too fast. I wish I'm gonna have to just stop it, and I don't want to implement like a whole timing mechanism because Laught's gonna go in there and rip it out anyways, and I don't want to do that. So I might just remove it for now because it'll make it easier for me to actually like we know it works, um, works but annoying to use for now. Never go without Asan and Yusan. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Sure. You know what? That's actually that's yes. So let me do here. Let me yes. I'll exit that. Let me just quickly do that on build, and it's gonna be. I think I can do it right here. I'll give you nice stack traces. Just add dash G. Is that it? Okay. Now let me just copy your thing here. Uh, F sanitize address. F sanitize undefined. Am I okay, folks? Yep. Looks like I'm good. All right. So then run. Okay. And then run this again. Now, what happened? Uh-oh. You already effed up. Used after free. Uh-oh. So there was a seg fault. It just wasn't being triggered. Yeah. It just wasn't being triggered. And I got lucky before. Lucky triggering it. That's what happened. And now this thing is telling me that, hey, you're not so lucky. I forgot this stuff existed, man. It's been a long time since I've written C. Ah. All right. So by the way, here, just so you know, Laugh, you're now in your own thread. You've got your own loop. So you just get your own thread, just like option one. So you can do whatever you want in that thread. And you'll just have to let me know what you want to do for channels and all that, and we'll figure it out. I just need to know how to read the games. I just need to know how to tell the game what to do, or what I think should be done, and read. You just have to once you get in here, you figure it out. You'll take over the game stuff and figure it out, and just tell me, and I'll deal with all the server stuff. Okay, so but if you're okay, memory access at offset 1664 is inside this variable, which is world description. Um, you can announce with different colors. What do you mean? Are you talking about the output here? So what am I doing with world description? Oh, on Twitch chat. Oh yeah, yeah. They've added some. Yeah, that's right. I didn't know it was that exactly, but that makes sense because Twitch did some announcement that there's like additional features in chat or something. So that totally makes sense. This frame has 11 objects. Line 211. World description. Where the hell is that? Thanks for showing me that, by the way, guys. Is it here? Yes. Um, Is it because I'm not freeing it? Oops. Like, it's either because I'm not freeing it, or maybe I should STR dupe it. I don't know if this will. I'm not sure if this will compile with a static const. Will it? I suppose it should. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Let me. I just want to run it one more time and get this output. Yeah. Okay. So same deal. Um, but now I'm wondering, like, I either STR dupe this thing and then free it, or maybe I just free it. Um, okay? What if I STR duped it? I have a rid of my LSP, but you don't use on this, right? I wish I could just compile and just run this in all one command, but I'm not sure how to do that inside of GDB. Okay, so it's an STR dupe. Okay. I probably have some STR dupe stuff in here. That's okay. This is going to change. As long as it's not the most terrible thing, that's fine. GDBEX run. Okay, so I could chain him. Okay. Cool. Thank you for finding that. GDB EX run game. Nice. Okay. So let's run it again. Hey, the messaging is working. That's why it wasn't working before. Sweet. Will that fix that? I could if you want, Laugh. You're gonna have to use this build thing too. But yeah. Yeah, I got a warning. So the warning is a runtime error. Variable length array bound evaluates to non-positive value, which is in Caveman server 1333. So let's go have a look at that. Caveman server 1333. Oh, right. Um, because I'm trying to figure out the leftover of the body. Yeah. Your code is a cybersex stream. Why is it a cybersex stream? That's kind of weird. Not sure if STR dupe is a good idea. Why not just delete it? Yeah, I'm only setting it here. I'm only setting it here. I could delete it. Okay, hang on. Let me fix this real quick. Let me just set like a huge body buffer over here. Am I using leftover anywhere else? I'm not. I'm just gonna do like some insane amount. Okay. And that works. Does clear work? Oh yeah, clear works. Okay. Yep. Now if I run a second one, let's say whatever, and there we go. Okay. So if I go east, okay, and I should see it over here. And now if I go down, I would expect that this character goes down, not this one. All right, we're good. Okay, so that's good. That helped out quite a bit. Thank you, folks. Um, I know attacks are working. I'm just not doing anything when someone dies, so that's something I can do. And we already did the single thread for the game, so that's cool. No problem there. The server I need to spruce up a bit, but it's okay for now. It'll do for now. I'm not overly concerned about it for the purposes of putting this up on the website and having people go at it. So that's okay. We're gonna make it better. I guess I could just do like one or two more mechanics, just fill up the world a little bit, and then I think that's it. Um, I don't have any like real authentication. Just whoever you are, you can just come in. Like, this thing will probably crash a lot when enough people get on it, but it I know that going in. I know it going in. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid Malik, because I want to. I'm trying to avoid it. It's not like a we shall not use it. Um, no, I'm not adding dynamic arrays. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. You're crazy. Okay, I might add in dynamic arrays. We do. That's right. Yeah, we do have STB. Yeah, we have them. So it's already done. We have the STBDS, so we do have dynamic arrays. There are going to be some circumstances, I think, where we're going to use some dynamic arrays. Yeah. Okay, so I can do. Okay, so in here, what happens when character dies? Okay, and then in here, what happens when NPC dies? So that's something I can do. I can. All I'll do for now is just make it so that a certain number of ticks have to pass. And I already have that in the structs for the NPC and the characters. So I'll just do some arbitrary number of ticks. You're just not allowed to do stuff um, until those ticks have passed. I just use dynamic arrays for all the string stuff. That could work, yeah. Strings are really annoying. And unless you're going to be really like, unless you're going to do it like a really very strict string, whatever management kind of a thing, um, then yeah, dynamic arrays make some sense there. At least in some cases, for sure. In some cases, I'm trying to avoid defaulting to that. I want to try to do that. I think Laugh's going to try and do the same thing, but sometimes it is what it is, right? Especially with strings. So I hate strings in C. It's so freaking annoying. Hate them. Absolutely hate them in C. I just hate working with them. It just doesn't make sense. It's almost like it's like antithetical to what C is doing. You're still 100 times faster than any language, even with dynamic arrays. Except that dynamic arrays come with some hidden risks, where if they're not you can there's zero way to get a guarantee of a buffer overflow, as far as I understand. Like with the dynamic arrays, there's no way you get 100% guarantee that there's no buffer overflow. So there's some risk to it still. And you have to, in a way, because you're working with C, you kind of have to think about it at least. And the reason why is because you don't have any other safeguards except yourself. So in other languages, you might get the safeguards of, I don't know, garbage collection, maybe something like that. It might help eliminate potential issues around that, or the language might deal with it. But in C, you got to deal with it. So you got to think about it. It's not a free lunch, right? Just because it's 100 times better doesn't mean it's like 100 times better and free. You don't, whatever, right? Whatever I'm trying to say here. Um, so I'm just trying to be careful about it. I want to be careful about dynamic arrays. On the server, it's super annoying too. Like, I'm trying not to use it, but sometimes it can't be helped. Yeah. Well, I'll let Laugh deal with that on the game side. Laugh probably has a few advantages because on the game side he probably has to deal with less weird strings. On Well, I guess not actually because I'm passing. Whatever. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. One step at a time. One step at a time. I just want to try and avoid using them as much as I possibly can. That's all. Or at the very least, if I am going to use them, or if we are going to use them, at least knowing, like, just having some education on why we're doing it and being aware of the risks is good enough for me. At least for now. For now. I'll get nitpicky again later. But right now, I'm not going to be too nitpicky. Although I probably already am. So, in order to um do this properly, I would have to go through all my I have to go through all my players and all my NPCs. Why don't I just do caveman style? Um, yeah, let's go caveman style. So what we're gonna do is just loop through this again. Laugh's gonna come in. He's gonna do his own thing. So I'm not gonna worry too much about it. So this is I'll even comment this just so it's easy. Handle all player attacks. So that's what we're gonna do here. And then handle all player resurrections. Okay, so once we've reached 0, okay, we're gonna send essentially we're gonna send two different messages. We're gonna send one if you're greater than 0, then there's an attack message. If your health is actually 0 or less, I guess it could be less. This is caveman code until Laugh gets here. Then we're going to send a different message. So we'll just adjust the message a bit, and it's going to be SPC. No, sorry, NPC. No, player. Yeah, player brutally. You know what? Player brutally 404'd NPC. I like that. And so we've got player, NPC, and that's it. That's all we need. And so that's going to be the message. Now, when this happens, we also have to remove ripped his I can brutally 404'd, ripped his arms off, and then shoved them up the NPCs arse. I'll just put the NPC name like that. Here, we'll just do whatever, 1024, just give us lots of space. And so in here, I need to reset the target IDs, so it would have to be character target IDX is now an invalid ID, so that makes it so that it stops attacking. Character stops attacking, and the NPC stops attacking back as well. And I think that's it. That's all. So when the NPC is done, there you go, it's done. I would have to make sure that the NPC resurrection ticks. Let me go back to the struct here. I have next resurrect tick. We'd set it to, I don't know, it could be some wild number. This is going to run really fast, so we probably have to set it to a wild number. I guess we could just say like max U16. It doesn't, honestly, just something, right? I just want it to be something. Okay, so that's fine. And so then we'd have to do something similar over here. I will handle player resurrections in a second. Let me just finish up the attacks here. And actually, let me move it down. This is going to be handle all NPC attacks. And we're just going to essentially just copy it over, because let's just copy. So I'm going to take all this. I'm going to go over here. There we go. And we'll do something similar here. We'll go NPC I don't know. What Laugh, you get to pick. What do you want to put as a message here for when an NPC 404 is a player? You get to pick. You can put it in here, I'll put it in here, however you want. We'll take the damage out. We'll do that. And you send the info box every single time. And else if character stats HP less than or equal to 0, then we're going to do something like that. Except I'm going to have to change this. Okay. Okay, swung his, at the player and player 404. Okay, now I need to check a couple of things. Let me grab this guy again real quick, because I think I screwed that up in here. I'm just going to grab this. All right, so what I'm just gonna have to check. Handle all NPC attacks. That means that the NPC has a target. The message will have to be attacked player for damage. So we need to swap these. NPC name first, then the player name. We have the player ID. That's good. We have all that. That all stays the same. All right, so this seems okay. In here, though, we need to go NPC name. Yes. Then character name. And then character name again. All right. And all our player stuff is in here because that needs to be, that's because we're sending an event that's going in and out. Okay, I think that's all right. Character, if the character wins, yeah. If the NPC wins, Yes. So in this case, though, the only thing we have to do differently is take the character and set their resurrection tick up. That's what we got to do. So now the character has expired, so we must now handle the resurrections. And so I think all we really have to do here is iterate over the players. So let me go up here and see how I did it here, because I did something. Yeah, all right. So just do that. We're going to iterate over the players, and we're going to go if their next resurrect tick is greater than... Yeah, is greater than 0, then just take it down a notch. That's it. Hey, strongly. Yeah, CHTTP coding until I get a seg fault. Yeah. And I suppose what I can do is skip anyone. I should just not deal with this unless... Just continue. That should make it so the loop doesn't just go through everyone all the time. I mean, it probably wouldn't have anyways, but it just to be super friggin' sure. And then I can also check if I've reached this point. You know what? I need to... Yeah, okay, I got it. If I decrement it, and then I go and check it. This is dumb, but I don't care. Now, if it's 0, then we resurrect. And how do we resurrect? We set the character position. No, the character... Yes, character X is player start X, and then character Y is player start Y. All right. And then we have to set their health again, and we can just go stats. HP is... I can't remember what the default is. We'll just... Whatever. Honestly, who the hell cares? We'll figure this out. As long as this works. And then that's it. So then we can do something similar with the NPCs. Handle all NPC resurrections. Max NPCs. Now, an NPC is pretty easy to pull. Right? The resurrect, though, once your resurrection is done, you don't need to set their position. They're just going to stay where they are, because we're not moving them around right now, because that needs to get time throttled, and that's annoying. Okay. Okay, that should be it. I'm pretty sure that's it. So let's try it out. Whoops. Use of undeclared identifier, max U16. That's probably because I'm using it wrong. Stay in school, huh? U16 max, that's why. U16 max. Yeah, there we go. Use of undeclared identifier, NPC name on 202. What did I do here? I didn't initialize my NPC, I guess. All right. And same thing again somewhere down here. Yeah, there it is. U16 max. Okie dokes. Let's see. I kind of want to do. How do you do this in Windows? It's annoying. I'll put this over here, put that over here. Click OK. All right. Hey, look at that. So let's try the attack. It'll be sure, let's attack the wizard and see what happens. Anything? No? Here, I'll pop it out. Let's have a look. It says 200. Wah, wah. What's my payload? Oh, what the hell? That's my JavaScript. Okay. What am I doing wrong? Maybe it's this. When I go send it, it does some parsing. It checks the input. I see. That's the problem. Hey, Ezek 2004, how's it going, man? Good to see you. How are you doing today? Okay. Now if I do this again, attack. Are you still doing whatever crap you're doing here? Oh, yeah, I guess you are. Um, I have to disable the cache and then run you again. Okay. Somehow, though, the wizard got me, but yeah. Wizard's fine. At test and test for award. Then I should look at what my character stats are, because what did I set them to? Did I set them to nothing? Yeah, I set them to nothing. Okay. Then stats, HP. Let's give people let's give people 33. What's up, Caldario? How's it going? Good to see you, man. Okay, the other thing I should do real quick is you cannot move. Can you move though? Yeah, you can move. You can't initiate an attack if your health is at 0. So let me just quickly do that. NPC ID, player, etc. Thanks for the follow, Caldario. Appreciate that, man. Well, let me go player attack NPC. And you get the character, and if the stats is less than or equal to 0, then you can't. You know what? I should no, yeah, just do it. Just you can't do it. Cannot happen. And I'll just log it. Cannot attack while your health is at 0. And actually, we don't know who it is, so it's fine. All right, so that works. That's good. It seems like multiple people work. Let me do this. Let me disable the cache. Oh, God, that's so annoying. Okay. What happened here? Oh, there we go. Okay. I must have been using the same username. And I'll go over here. And there we go. Now, there's a problem, is that my HP is showing up as 0. Why? Oh, because I was dead. And I haven't restarted. That's why. Okay. Okay, so we'll do that. So there I have 33 HP. Sweet. I'm going to attack the wizard. Oh, look at that. Thing of beauty. Sweet. All right. We're doing it, boys. Let me attack the knight now. And you know what? You get in on this too. Did that work? No? I'm not seeing it. Okay, let's give it a second too. I want to see what the resurrection rate looks like. Let me go back to the resurrection tick. That's NPCs. Am I doing anything stupid? It doesn't look like it. Let me server log. So I've got two problems right now. One is I can't seem to attack a thing. Oh, oh, uh-oh. What's up, GDB? What you got, man? Index -1 out of bounds for player 100 in server mud adapter. Um, okay. 115. So in here, huh. Next, try some assembly. I did assembly programming last week for a client for Peak 10 F202 microcontroller with 512 words flash 24 bytes RAM. Interestingly, LLMs really suck for it. Probably not enough training data. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's all you need. You just need some more training data and then you're good to go, right? Is there a source available somewhere? No, there is no source available um, for this code. Not yet, anyways. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the source code. I need to talk to a couple of people because there's some people who are participating in the code base, like Laugh, for example, and I don't want to make that decision without the participants having a say in whether they want the code to be released. My preference would be not to release this code because I want to turn it into a product. That would be my preference, but it's not something that I have a hard stance on currently because I haven't had enough conversations about it. I haven't thought that far ahead. The short answer is no, Isaac. There's currently no public available source code. Um, so it would have to be if current player's I is less than 0, or current player's I is equal to an invalid ID, then you just continue. I think that's our problem here. All right, so now we go back. Let me clear. I'll go over here. I'll attack the wizard first. All right. And there's the NPC resurrection. Okay, so maybe max U16 was way too long. I thought it was going to tick way faster. I thought it was going to chomp through the ticks. So, no. Let's not do that, shall we? Instead of that, we can just do um crap, where'd it go? Yeah, in here. We'll just do we could do U8 max. We could do No, that's still too long based on how it was going. Let's just do let's do 33 as well. That's my magic number. My magic number is 33. It's just going to be 33. All right. And then let me test out. So let me run that and then I'm going to test out why I can't seem to attack the knight after and exactly what's going on there. So let's give this a shot. We go north. We attack the wizard. All right. Let's just give it, I don't know, 30 seconds or something and see. But while we're waiting, I'm going to attack the knight. Oh, that's weird. It seems to always pick the wizard. So I'm doing something wrong when I'm trying to figure out the attacks. Attack. Search for players or NPCs by name. Aha. I didn't finish this. I have a to-do and I need to finish it. All right. So first of all, our message is the name. That's our message. So we don't need yeah, we don't need that. So we're gonna go I equals 0, x is yeah, whatever, plus I. There we go. If strn compare npc name MIE dot message string length MIE dot message 0, then we are good. We'll just do bool found equals true. No, false. Found equals true. Attack. So we got player, then we got NPC, which we were passing by reference, and then we go found. We would have to do the same thing for player to player, which I can enable kind of like as a last thing here. So iterate over players. Okay, let's see if that helped. Segfault. Null pointer passed as argument 1, which is declared to never be null. Mud.h 371. What? Null pointer passed as argument. I didn't initiate an attack. I didn't even initiate an attack. Where the hell did this come from? How do you use C code in browser as a compilation of WASM, GUIs in HTML and JS? Yeah, okay, so it depends on how you do it. I have a different game that I'll go back to at some point and work on. This one is WASM. If it's something you want to run directly on the browser, I just take my C code, compile it to WASM, and then vanilla HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. And I just immediate mode, every frame, I re-render the entire set of HTML. That's what I do on here. And by the way, I have CSS 3D, vanilla CSS 3D on here. On this game, though, on this mud game, it's a little bit different. Bless you. I have the C code running my server. So because it's a multiplayer game, so my C code runs the server, and then it ships down HTML all the time based on updates, at least. via a server sent event. It's an SSE. It's just an HTTP socket that you never close, but it's only one direction. It only sends you. And then again, same deal. Vanilla JavaScript, CSS, HTML. I don't update the entirety of this interface every frame. I do update the map a lot. So there's a few differences, but they all have like a few fundamentals, which is no third-party libraries unless in this game we've pulled in one or two because we find them to be necessary for this, and we're not being overly stringent. But yeah, that's generally how it works. Yeah, feel free to ask questions. If you use it for a product, you should really run it in a Docker container or Karoot environment, but someone will probably still hack your server. Yeah, I'm not going to run it in Docker. I hate Docker. Docker's an overly bloated abstraction layer. I'm not running it in Docker. I'll accept the responsibility. It's a game. Who the heck, like, who cares if it gets hacked? Unless it becomes serious, then we're talking about something else, but well, I guess, hang on. I'm not being fair to your point, actually. You did say if you use it for a product, and I completely ignored that portion. So that's my bad. Okay, if I'm using it for a product, I'm going to take security much more seriously. I'm still going to try and avoid Docker because I still hate Docker. And I think actually Docker, based on all the cybersecurity articles that I go through on my Daily Tech news stream, Docker presents its own issues that you import with Docker. It's basically just the npm install of virtualized environments. That's what it is. So Podman, I've heard about Podman. I've never used it. I'll look into it. But yes, if it is a product, you have a point, 100x, that their security will be paramount here. I'm not there yet though, bro. Stop rushing me. Moments UA, thanks for the follow just now. I appreciate that. So I'm not sure why this thing segfaulted on a portion of the game that I'm not even running. Yeah, like I don't get it. So let's attack. Oh. Okay, well, it's because of this then. I'm using Pack and Podman to build my containers for deploying. I'll check it out. As a matter of fact, I should take a note. What am I doing wrong here? Let me do a server log. What's my payload? Move left. Attack wizard. That's fine. What's my payload over here? Attack wizard. I don't see anything wrong. With BT, you can see the call stack. Okay. Okay. I shall use that if it comes down to it. Attack message wizard. It's not null. Maybe because it's a pointer reference. Like if I look at, maybe because of this, so it's pointing to a pointer maybe. So, oh, I don't know. I don't really, I'm not overly concerned about this right now. Mostly because, or maybe I just do this and like I just need to get this working. I don't care about this. This is going to get thrown out. No, no, it's not NPC name because it's argument one. So it starts at zero, right? Argument zero, it would be NPC name. Argument one would be the message. And an NPC has a name. It's zeroed. It's argument one. It should be argument zero. No, you might not be hallucinating, DDaver. You might be right. Now, okay. All right. Let's maybe you're right. So because I'm not doing checks, right? So how about this? We'll do this. If NPC, if this fixes it, then DDaver, you were right, and argument one is actually the first argument, not argument one being argument two with the off by one for zeros, right? That was my assumption when I read it. So we'll go stats HP greater than zero because you shouldn't be able to attack anything that doesn't have HP, right? And if that's true, then it's if it has greater HP than zero, then it's initialized, which means it should have a name, right? That's kind of the thinking here. So let's see if this does it. If this does it, then argument one is actually like the first one. So let's go like this. No. No. That didn't do it. So maybe let's do another check. Let's dump out we're gonna dump out both, all right? So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go NPC name and MIE message. We're gonna do this. Let's just be really sure. Okay, null and wizard. So, what the hell? What am I setting it to? Let's go up to up here. We'll figure this out. What am I setting my NPCs to? Max players. Here. I'm setting all NPC stats to 0. I'm literally doing it right here. How come it doesn't have a name? But and the name shows up here. Like it has a name. So it can't be there's no way that it's this one. There's no way. How does NPC name not? What? Can I do if str length NPC name is 0, continue. Null pointer. Pros. If NPC name equals null. Somebody save me. Okay, well, technically that passed through, but it's set to null. But there's no shot that it's null. None. Because we're spitting out the name in the info box. Wow. What? Okay, what the hell am I doing wrong? But you're checking all NPCs. Right, but so here I can even you need to connect with step debuggers. No, stop. You guys are derailing me. Stop. No, I'm not doing a step debugger. No, I'm just not doing it. I just refuse to. Don't ask me why. What the? All right. Well, there you go. What the hell am I doing here? Words I live by, brother. Yeah. It's okay. Okay, we figured it out. So I was, in order to debug this, I set up a line of code that prevented the thing from running. Now let's attack the knight. Will the knight work? Yep. Look at that. Thing of beauty. And the wizard regened. And then we're going to see if we regen. We're going to give it a few seconds and we'll see if we regen. If we regen, we'll teleport back to the starting point. Do, 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 do. I don't know. I don't know. It's not looking like we're regenning anytime soon. Step debuggers for the week. That's right, Ghost. Okay. I understand the problem now. When we do an resurrection, we have to remove player from tile. And then we have to add, whoops, add player to tile. And that's it. Okay. If all of this works, you know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna run it again. Frickin' hell. Yeah, right. I need a frickin' player, don't I? Gee, that would only be fantastic, wouldn't it? If I passed a player into this damn thing. Okay. I'm gonna run this. What's up, TMX? Good to see you. I'm gonna run it, and what I'm gonna test is what happens when we have two people play at the same time. All right, so we start here. I'm gonna go up here. That's gonna be that. Then I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna put the thing kind of behind us so that we can kind of see a little bit, just a little like that. And I'm just gonna walk around now. I'm just gonna walk around. I'm gonna test out things like I think the ocean is a blocked tile, so if I go north, it shouldn't let me. Perfect. Doesn't let me. I can go over here. Doesn't let me. Sweet. So far, so good. And then we go over here, and we're going to see this guy. Yeah. And then if I come here, I see this guy. Hey, We're cooking. All right. Now, what I should be able to do is as SDF Stafads, I'll attack the wizard. Then we're both going to attack the knight and we're going to see what happens. So I'm going to attack the wizard. I'm going to easily defeat the wizard. Get wrecked. Then I'm going to attack the knight. And I'm going to go over here and also attack the knight. And indeed, you can see the numbers went down dramatically. Oops. And one guy won. Now, the reason why the one guy won is that the NPC, I can tell you what happened right now. The NPC did not switch targets. When it took out the first target, it didn't switch targets to the next. You never doubted me. Shut up. Thanks, Kenny. All right. So we can do that. That should be an easy thing we can add here. That way it will just continue to do it. So if the player attacks a target, I got to think about this. There's an order of precedence here, right? So think about it. You've got 2 or more people attacking a target. The NPC that's the target kills one of the players, but 1 or more are left. It now has to determine the next, whoever attacks it next is now its next target. So in the NPC attack here, when the character HP drops to 0 in here, shit. Jeez. What do we do here? How are we going to detect this? We're going to have to detect... We're going to have to detect... Okay, I got it. It's up here. When a player attacks an NPC, if the target IDX of the NPC is not equal to the character IDX, actually in this case it'd be player IDX, then you would make it shit. No. Yeah, Travis. Make the NPCs taunt you, and they kind of do already, D-Daver. Yeah, just a little bit. You can't do this because okay, no, it'd be if NPC, okay, no, it'd be if target IDX is equal to invalid ID. That's what it is. If it's equal to invalid ID, then it becomes the player IDX. That's what it is. And then you would also want to do this in case multiple no, on the player side you don't want to auto do this. No, the player is in charge. So the player has to be responsible for ensuring that they retarget when there's multiple NPCs. That's up to the player. They're going to have to retarget because if you set that up to auto attack, they might only want to attack one target and leave and not just switch to the next one, even though it's already aggroed. So let the player type in the attack command for the next target. So only the NPCs should auto switch targets. If there's multiple targets. Okay. So that should be it. Just four lines of code, and two of them are squirrely brackets. Man, this game is gonna be peak. I'm telling you. Already, Laugh doesn't want to work on it anymore. Already, people hate what I'm doing, which means that I'm doing it right. What you guys don't understand is that as you guys continue to give me advice on what I should do, the more I know that I'm on the right path. Okay, because the more you hate what I do, the more correct it is what I'm doing. I challenge the status quo on purpose. This game's gonna be awesome. Okay. Uh at this point, well, it's still running, but I don't see. Yeah, it doesn't update once the resurrection counter kicks off. So I guess I can just fix that real quick. I would just do where are my resurrection ticks? Down here. I can just send uh the info box to all players and tile maybe. No. What's up, Voltican? Good to see you. Um Crap. My map update should be tackling this though. The map updates happen all the time. So why is the map not updated? What am I doing with my move? Technically it's a move. I'm sending yeah. All right, let's just do that. When it's resurrected, we do this. When the NPC is resurrected, we also do this, but only for the NPC coordinates. Okay. Okay. All right. So that's fine. So now what's left is looking at stuff like descriptors. Does that even work? Look wizard. Nothing bad happened. So that's good. I'll look at the wizard. Okay. And then I guess we can go down to look. I don't think I implemented look. Okay. So we can do look. We can implement a few simple commands. You can interact with the world a little bit. We can do talk to. We've already got shout. We should probably do like shout who. Let me go here. And we can go like that, and then we'll go printf shout formatted. Player name and message. And then something like that. And then we send it here like that. You're basically making a text-based MMO. Yeah, it's a text-based MMO, yeah. By the way, have you guys seen somebody Coffee and Coding came on last night because I did like an 11-hour stream and showed me what he built. Do you guys want to see what he built? He's already ahead. Check this out. That's a client. It's mud, but as a client. I think this one's like in Lua or Rust or something. I don't know. And then he's got a web version with like Next.js or some a yucky stack, but it works. Yeah. And and then he's got the website, this website where you can go and look at available MUDs you can play online. And then this is the client where you play the MUDs. And yeah. And then this is his terminal. This is the exact same game, but you play it in a terminal. Yeah, Rust client JS server. I know DDever. Yeah, I told him I'm coming for him because I'm going to build it in pure C, pure code. We're going to be pure around here. So the MUD itself is in C, just the game, just the MUD. But then outside of that, it's like Rust, Lua, C++, Next.js, you know, all the stuff that we hate around here. But he did it, and it's really cool, and it's like it's something to aspire to, right? Because like this is super cool, right? He did it. He made it work. Made it work on the website. You can play the game. If you can play the game, someone can be playing in a terminal. Someone can be playing. Look what he did here. He's got the ocean effects in here in the terminal, right? That's really cool. Um, so you can have someone on terminal, someone on phone, someone on browser, someone on the client, desktop client, and they're all playing the same game together just through different things. So we're going to do it better because we're going to keep our stack clean and pure. But this is freaking cool. He did a good job. Yeah, I like this. And rustless. It's going to be rustless. That's right. Um, all right. So Rust is a tool. That's right, Orshi. Rust is a tool of the devil. Yes, I have long spoken about this. I've long covered this. It is of demonic influence. Um, I don't know. We'll go like we'll do that. Let's test out shout for a second. Segfault. Because of my string stuff. I'm not using this correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. So we'll just go car shout out. Whatever that is. Shout out. That's what I'm doing wrong. Mods. Yeah, Rust won't go away, not soon, just like AI. Yeah. Unfortunately, this is the case. Wait, what? No, hang on. What happened here? Uh, where did I go wrong? Attack message, yeah, yeah. Message template, yes. Character name, NPC name. What? Oh, oh, I gotta send this. That's why. Man, stay in school. Incompatible. From car to car 496. Your mom is 4096. Uh, I think I can do this. I think I can get away with this. I believe I can. I believe I can fly. Okay, yeah, here we go. What the hell? Uh, I'm. What am I? What am I doing? Oh, I gotta. Don't let him get away with this. Your mom gets away with this. I hate strings. I hate them. It's official. I don't hate many things in life. But strings I hate. Yeah, I think strings should just go out to pasture. We should just remove strings. We should just talk in numbers from now on. I constantly get confused. Yeah, see? All right. I don't remember what I'm doing anymore. At this point I'm on autopilot. Strings are easy. No. Just no, Travis, don't do this to me, man. You're supposed to be a bro. You're supposed to be like I gotta STR dupe it. We already did this before. That's why I STR duped it before. I hate strings. No, no, bro. What issue are you having with strings? Anything having to do with bounding them and their dynamicness. I hate how they are non-deterministic. It makes there finally, jeez, it makes it extremely difficult to wrangle with them because of their non-deterministic nature. I understand why, because you're supposed to be able to type in anything, right? You can type in all this. I get it. I totally get it. That doesn't mean I like it. That doesn't mean I have fun working with them. Also, here's an overflow issue. Shit. Shit. Um, Max width 100% overflow auto. Word boundary. I mean, for overflow issues, don't do that. I mean, yeah, that's it, right? That's it. It's uh sure, yeah. Why don't I just do this? When I go overflow wrap. Okay, so messages shout. I have to go update the CSS on this. Let me go do that. Friggin' hell, I don't even remember where my friggin' CSS is for all the. Guys, I'm so tired. Here, here it is. Shout. All right. Max width, 100%. Overflow wrap. Anywhere. It's gonna look so stupid. You had to cut your stream short. Why? What happened, Emmett? Are you good, man, or what? Like, did YouTube take you down? It's like Doc when I heard when I do this, I heard stop doing that. I, Travis, Travis, bro, it's not that easy. I can't tell a user. Well, that's how I would do it, right? I would tell the user you're limited to X number of characters. Oh, you gotta cook for the fam? Oh, okay. Emmett, I know you got to go run to the store and pick up some salsa and some nachos, and then that's it, right? Statically sized buffers is one of the best parts of C. Yeah, I agree. I want to put static size buffers for strings as well, but Laugh hates that idea. He thinks I'm an idiot. I kind of am, and it doesn't always work. But when I can do it, I want to do it. Sanitize the input. Set a cap limit, play a sound when they get to the limit. I do want to limit user input. Yes. Laugh hated me for that. Because then I can just set a static buffer and max it out and say every input only gets this much. But Laugh is like, no, you can't do that. This is my impression of Laugh. This is what he sounds like in real life. No, you can't do that, Spiro. Okay, because if you do that, then you're not gonna be able to parse it out properly, and then you're gonna. I don't actually remember if he hated me for that, but we had a discussion about it, and he kind of was like, maybe, maybe not. It didn't have enough British in it. Yeah, it's like, listen, bruv, bruv, chip chip cheerio and all that. That was it. That was the convo. He was actually super nice about it. I'm being a jerk. The Laugh can take it. He wants to dish it back. um, I might, in all seriousness, I might talk to Laugh about it. Um, because I think we did talk about it, but not exactly how I how I am picturing it in my head. I'm pretty sure that we had a different conversation, so I should talk to him because that would be nice to limit the input on the input fields here, and then I only know that I have to work with that bound. That'd be way helpful, and just make it like what Ghost Magic is saying. Just make it big, or make it reasonably sized. Right? You don't want it too short. You don't want it too big. But there it is. That's the limit, and I know I'm working with that. And yeah, we're gonna have amazing Mexican food. Yes, good, Emmett. Yeah, nachos and salsa. I know. Some people like to write full paragraphs and role playing. Yeah, and this is the problem. Um, but if you're gonna write something that large, then write a series. Just deal with it. Yeah, limit to 512, and if you're gonna write more than 512, you just send a few of them and just deal with it. Right? Like, I don't want to be dealing with a whole bunch like that, right? That's all. Who's getting mad about sending two messages? I don't know. I don't know. So Emmett decides to send me a Discord picture of what he's eating with his family. Um, and it's just nachos and salsa. So I don't know what you thought you were proving here, Emmett. All I see is nachos and salsa. So a true hearty Mexican meal. Yeah, add in some beans on top, man. All right, it's okay. It's all right, Emmett. It's salmon. I don't know what you're talking about. It looks like nachos and salsa to me. Do I have some kind of client server communication protocol? It's HTTP requests as form posts, which are URL encoded forms, just serialized the way that a browser typically does it. You just send a post request to an endpoint. You ship off that post request, and then you walk away. You don't even need to listen to the response. The game processes the request, either throws it out or whatever, and then your SSE, your server stream, if I can find it, this guy, the event stream, a server event stream, pushes updates down to you because it's a single direction, constantly on HTTP connection. It's like a standard protocol. It's been around for like 20 years or something like that. And it just ships you down HTML, and that's it. That's the protocol. And so then I just update the portions of the HTML, just raw update them. What's up, Volk? I did consider WebSockets. there's a problem with WebSockets. I cannot upgrade to HTTP 2 or HTTP. It's HTTP 2 or HTTP 3 with WebSockets. I'm limited to 1.1. With event streams, they're typical HTTP. So I can do upgrades that I can use like Quick or whatever, and I just use a standard TCP protocol and then just upgrade it so I get the benefit of a bit bigger. What are they? What are the benefits? They give you bigger throughput on the connection, better in some cases it'll do better compression or diff checking. I don't know, something like that, right? So yeah, SSE is like a normal request. It keeps open within the EOF. So server sent events are. You can, let's see if I can show you the, well, I can't show it to you here, but let me go over to the server. Caveman server. Data. Here. So this is what happens. It's just your normal HTTP connection, like super normal HTTP connection. There's nothing fancy about it. Same headers, everything. The only thing that you do is you use content type text/event-stream. That tells you that you're initiating an SSE. On the server side, the SSE does not listen to anything you send to it. And the browser and your connectivity will not accept further requests from you. The only thing that the server can do is keep the socket open and send data to you. The data is structured. There's a format for it. It's super easy. ID here, and then you put /n to new line it, event /n to new line it, and then your data, and then /n, and you can send multiple data events over and over and over, and then you do another /n to end the stream, or sorry, to end that payload, not the stream, to end the payload. So a double /n on the last data entry will end the payload. And then your JavaScript just reads that and understands it as a full payload. Even if you send a bunch of data /n, data /n, data /n, which sometimes I do. And it looks like this. There's my ID, there's my type, which is the event, and there's all my data. And the data usually comes in, if I just do like a filter, maybe not this one. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Let's go have a look. Event stream. You can see it's coming in right now, right? And I don't think it's going to show me the entire payload. It'll probably crash the, yeah, it won't show it to me. Let me just refresh and do a new one. Let's go like this. Okay. Or you can just completely crash. That also works. I'll just show you what it looks like. So here's your event, and here's as it comes in, and you can see like the initial payload, it's just a bunch of new lines. These are all just data, right? Just all of it, the whole thing. I didn't actually format this properly, but all of these should be prefixed by data equals or data semicolon or whatever the two periods. But if I go down here, if I could pause it, you can see that's all it is. It's all written in C. This is all written in C. Yeah, I handle my own server, all my own sockets, the protocol for all of this. I do it all in here. Yeah. Are you doing any TLS stuff? It's just a proxy. So when you go to the website, which when I get this up on the website, you'll go to it, and I just do a flexible proxy from HTTPS over to HTTP internally. It just automatically applies the HTTPS. So all I have to worry about is HTTP internally. I don't have to worry about the TLS stuff. I can set that up as a separate thing. Cloudflare has it, I think. I think that's how I'm doing it. They have this like flexible SSL configuration thing. They just figure out trapping the connections and wrapping them in HTTPS. So if I upgraded this to HTTP 2 or 3, it would just work. Both with and without SSL stuff. Bro, you're crazy. I like it. It really motivates me. I'm building a VM in C which can assemble code. Oh, damn. Amagod. Thank you, man. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. For the resub. How are you doing, Amagod? Good to see you. I'll have to put the goal counter up. Thanks, Volk, for following, man. We're supposed to handle the heap with our own garbage collector and a lib for working with big ints. Well, you're gonna have a good time, and by that I mean you're probably not gonna enjoy that very much, um, because there's you're gonna run into some issues with that, but you're gonna learn a hell of a lot, which is the best part, right? If you just go into it with, hey, let's try this out and see what happens, you're gonna pick up a lot. Let me add. I can't remember how much the. Okay, so it's about like $5. I'm gonna add $5 on here. There we go. Added $5. Thanks, oh my god. Appreciate that, man. What's up, Pure? Good to see you, Pure. I hope you're doing well. All right, so what else do I need to do here? I have completely forgotten what I need to do. We've got the shouts working correctly. I probably need to update the say stuff as well. I should just do that right now. We'll call it says. We'll call it say formatted. And then we'll str dupe this. Like that. All right, so that'll fix that. Um, I'm 100% uncut, yeah. That's good. We have attacks. We have a resurrection cycle. I haven't enabled player to player. I could do that next. I could do the look one real quick. Why don't we try the look one here? So if we go like that, it's going to just be like this. MIE message is going to contain look at object. We can assume NPCs, so we can do the same thing we did. Where did we do that? Crap, where did we do that? Was it attack? Yeah, it was attack. Yeah, this is what we did. This is what we want. Okay. And okay, so we're gonna get player. Yeah, let's take this out. We don't need this anymore. We go down to here. And we grab this. Okay, that was kind of weird, but I thought I saw something blink on my Windows machine, but I do enjoy it. C greater than Java. We have a stack which is on the heap, contains stack slots. The stack slot contains object references, and in it can be a big int or a normal int. Normal ints are only used for ASF, RSF functions. for the stack pointer and frame pointer. I really enjoy this. It's fun, isn't it? Yeah, we need more programmers doing stuff like that, understanding how it works. Yeah, because then you can actually make, informed decisions about, or even just informed statements about why things, at least better informed about why certain things are more are objectively better than others. What's up, Abe? Where are my super programs at? They're at your mom's house, Abe. Just call her up. She's got them all. She's got them all, Abe. Don't worry, man. I got you, bro. You think I'd leave you in the lurch? I wouldn't leave you in the lurch. My Ido gyroscopic life hack. Yeah, it's at your mom's house. Yeah, just call her up. You want me to call her for you? I can call her for you. Okay, so here we take NPC description. Pure coin. I guess I could just str dupe the NPC description. Message. Break. Or the Anthropic super algorithmic thought projection program. Yeah, synergy. Right? Synergy and all that. Yeah, makes sense. You need synergy, right? You need frequencies. You need auto solved recursive descent functionality. Yeah, man, I get you, Abe. It's all good, brother. We got you. Hang on, let me make a phone call here. Just right here. Beep boop boop beep beep. Let me put myself on mute for this. Yo, Abe's mom. Yo, what's up? Yeah. Yeah, how's it going, baby? Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know. I can't. Look, what do you want me to do? No, don't tell Abe. No. Yeah, I don't want to hurt his feelings. Listen, all right? Do you have the autogyroscopic thing? Yeah, the thing you were using last night. Yeah. All right. Okay. I'll just tell Abe that I don't know. I was calling my I don't know, my friend or something, all right? No, don't say anything to Abe. Just make sure you don't tell him anything, okay? Just keep it between us, all right? All right. All right, sweet cheeks. See you later. Peace. Yeah. Sorry, I just had to call friend. Sorry. Yeah. Let's see if look works. What? Oh. All right. There we go. Now, should this work, I shall be able to go look at. Oh, yeah. Look is working. That's great. We could do that for players as well with character descriptions. Um, let's go do that. Let's go that way. Character descriptions are kind of like prepped. Can you recommend source of information to implement a simple HTTP server in C? Just go look up the socket documentation. That's the best thing I can say. Go look up sockets with C, and just read the documentation. That's what I did. That's what you're gonna have to do because everything else I found didn't give me a complete sense of what you could do with an HTTP server. Um, or just sockets in general. Yeah, I didn't realize what you could do with sockets in general. Same with threads, if you want to look up threading, like multi-threading and stuff. Better make sure. Yep. It's Tia. Thank you for the follow just now. Would you say you understand HTTP complete? For me, I understand the basics, but it looks like a block with a black hole. You have to, okay. HTTP is not the same as sockets. HTTP is a protocol, like it's a way for you to take a socket and pass information from one connection to another. HTTP adds some text so that you can tell the both ends what they expect to see, what they should expect to see. That's what HTTP is. So if you pick up sockets, you're going to find once you've just kind of gone through the documentation, it's not that bad. And then you have to go and read the HTTP protocol documentation. Ultimately, it's just headers like content length equals, text type equals, I don't know, what's there's a few other ones. HTTP code like 1.1, 1.3, whatever it is. Your different like post, get, delete, patch, put, all of that stuff. Those are like extra things that you put into the contents of a socket message, and then that tells you that okay, this is an HTTP packet, and it's going to contain some information, like maybe it contains HTML, maybe it contains some form data, whatever it is. So you kind of need to know both, right? But start with the socket stuff because that gives you a sense of how this stuff even communicates. How on earth does your browser send a message up to a server that sends a message back to you? That's the socket stuff. And then how does the server know that you're asking it for an HTML file or whatever it is? And that's your HTTP protocol stuff. And there's some links in chat for you there. Yep, no problem. There's some pretty smart people around here. I don't care what anyone says about chat. I get messages daily. Daily. In fact, I get handwritten letters weekly telling me how much chat sucks and they're stupid. And I'm like, no, man, it's not that bad. Chat's great. And this just proves it right now. Chat is actually not too bad, right? It's not too bad. So Yeah, if you want to hop on Discord, pound exclamation mark Discord gives you the Discord link, and you can hop on my Discord. You guys can coordinate over there. Messaging yourself doesn't count. It sure does. I know what you're talking about. It absolutely counts. If I don't message myself, who's going to message me? Right? Who's going to message me? Well. Okay, so I am checking for that. Am I not setting a description? Let me go player login. You message chat Geppetto. Does that count? No. Important transmission incoming. This is a test message. Okay. Also, important is spelled wrong, so clearly you're not an alien. So I already disbelieve you. Who would send an important transmission and then fail to spell important correctly? Right? Right? Incredible. Incredulous, I say. All right, so only a dingus would do that, yes. Yes, only a dingus would do that. So I am kind of there. If I just do look and there's no message, can I just get the description back of the area around me? Yes. Why don't I do that? If MIE message equals null, then just return the description of the area. Like that. All right, let's check it. Okay, description template, world description. Here we go. And it's going to be like this. We are going to have to change this to world character so we don't get them confused. And then we go to character X, character Y. Okay. So if we do look now, then we'll just get the description of the current area. Which gives me both, apparently. Oh, I see. Yeah, I want to... I want to continue. Let me try that again. No, it does both. So what is message? Let's spit it out. MIE message. It's empty. Yeah. All right. So it just doesn't ever get there. So maybe message null is not the right thing. What if I did or length of message is 0? What if I do that? Okay, there we go. So just have to check the... Okay, so that's good. What else can I add here? I can look at objects. I can say that if you're looking in particular parts of the world, there are certain activities that take place, but that's fine. We don't need to worry about that right now. At this point, I'm kind of out of functions that I want to have out there. The only one I might, so maybe two, I might add help and I might add read. Help would be down here. I'd add it down here. Help and read. And we'll do whatever. The other thing I can do is have a look at okay, when I'm rendering my map, what features do I have rendered? Sea, plain, book, river, castle, tower. But I have lots of different things. I have bridge, I have a house, I have mountain. So we could do a few of these. Hey, Evangelos on X. I'm making the engine from scratch. It's all C. So I've got my HTTP server. I've built it from scratch with C. It handles all the connections. The game engine, it's all in C. I render it on the browser with just vanilla JavaScript, HTML, CSS. That's it. Why did I opt for strings as the message type? Um, I'm not sure what you mean, Orshi. What do you mean by that? Oh, like I see what you mean now. When I receive incoming messages and whatever. Yeah. It was just easier to deal with having to um in JavaScript because I need to read what the message type is, and it was just easier for me to read a string for now, especially because I don't know what a lot of these message types are going to be. Uh, and I was just something I went with. I don't have a good reason. It was just a reason. I would much prefer to not use strings. I'll have to talk to Laugh about that because it's also up to him. He has to internally track message types, and I don't know if he wants to do that. He might want to. I don't know. So I'll talk to him and see what his plan is for using that. And then all I have to do is just make sure I pass it along and read it on the JavaScript side. So I don't really have any good reasons right now, to be honest with you. I also have a Mud Passion project I'm working on at C++ Lua for gameplay logic. Nice. Nice. Well, hopefully it gets to see the light of day and you put it out there and you build something cool. But stop using C++ and go to C, please. C++ is a terrible, terrible language. Just stop using it. But if you're going to use it, then go ahead and use it. It's fine. You're not a bad person for using it. Just get your thing out. That sounded wrong. Don't clip that. Nobody clip that. No one better clip that. What I meant was get the game out. Get the mud out the door. That's what I meant. I swear if any... Okay, I'm going to keep going. Features. Let's do a house, which I believe is a feature, I think. How about enums? We have house we can do, so we're going to do house. We can do a mountain. I'm pretty sure I have a mountain somewhere. Do I not have a mountain in here? Did Laugh not put a mountain in here? Oh, the terrain is a mountain. Oh, well then why don't we do that? Is mountain. House. Has house. What else do we have? We could put a book down. I should do that. Money, mountain, NPCs, ocean, players. Oh yeah, I want to put the princess down for sure. That should be an NPC actually. It should be princess NPC. River, we already have. Staff, sword, wizard. Okay, so we'll put down. We'll put down a book. Feature is a book. All right, that's going to be that. I'm going to then add in a princess. Let's put in the princess. And we'll put the princess. Maybe we'll go world NPCs to like 3,000. Yeah, I guess if you really want to kill the princess, I guess you could. To NPC. I'm going to copy a whole buttload of this. I'm going to take this actually. Okay, invalid ID, stats is 4, princess, NPC type, princess. If I go back to this, I can go NPC type. Yep, perfect. NPC type princess. Okay. The position. Eight. And maybe I should put in, let me see. Has NPC type princess. And I think I have some styles for things like, no, it'd be in my JavaScript. I have styles for things like, we have princess, wall. Okay, maybe I should do has feature house, bridge, NPC type wizard, if feature book, if feature river, if feature castle tower. Yeah, bridge, princess is a feature, but we're not actually going to use it. We can go else if feature house. We go house 1, if C, and we need to add if mountain. All right. And then what is the last thing I was going to do? Castle walls, I think. So if I go back to my enums, I'm going to have castle wall. Perfect. And I'll go down here and I'll go like this. I have castle tower. Why don't I just put it right next to castle wall? Castle wall. Let me make sure. Yep, castle wall. That's it. All right. And as I continue down this path, then I will go and just create the walls around this. It'll be fake walls. You'll be able to walk through them. But so we can go from, so if it's 8 by 8, then we want to do y would equal to 7 and x would equal 7 through 9. So yeah. And then I would do the same thing, but I would do, this is kind of a dumb way to do it, but it'd be 8. And then y is 8. 7. Same thing again, but 9 on x. And then same thing here, except 9. All right. Let's test our new changes, shall we? I need to disable the cache, refresh the page. I got a broken pipe. It's fantastic. Okay. Well, looky. 'Tis be working. Let's go see what the towers say. Yeah. A castle wall protects the princess's side. Sweet. Now I need to put in for an NPC. I need to something's happened here, and I'm not rendering the NPC. Has NPC type was oh yeah, here we go. That's what we need. Has NPC type princess. Go down to where I'm doing render blah blah blah. Here we go. Else if has NPC princess. And it's gonna be freaking Laughing Panda didn't give me a princess? Oh, he did. Oh, he gave me so much more stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's great. I want to do this right now. Princess is going to be Princess 2. We have has NPC enemy type dragon. Yeah, let me copy the pictures over. It would be downloads, I think. How do I sort by like PNG? Yeah. Dragon. Princess skeleton. We do that. No, not that. I want to go to documents, stream mud, images. All right, so it's going to be Princess 2, Skeleton 1, Dragon 1. Okay. And I'll exit. Hey, Baby Yoda, how's it going, man? I'll exit. I'll go back to the mud. Where's the mud? And I'm going to add a dragon. And this dragon, well, I have to add an NPC to the tile, don't I? Add NPC to tile, and it's going to have to be 882. Add NPC to tile, and it's going to be 12, 12, 3. Good, you don't want to miss this again. It's all good, man. I'm hanging in there. I'm just keeping myself distracted with the game here. But yeah, I can't. I mean, I guess I can complain quite a bit actually. I'm a little bit worried about work, but I'll be fine. I'm glad you're doing well, man. Good to see you here. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm gonna give the dragon stats of 3,000. Hell yeah. A menacing dragon is here. Oh, there's a goblin too. He made a goblin. Oh, I should. Oh, I should put that in there. Let me download that. So cool. Where's the goblin? Where are you, goblin? Here you are. Okay. Let's have a look. I think I've disabled cache. Let me disable cache. Let me clear this out. Princess is in another castle. You meet a goblin instead, yeah. And then you have to kiss the goblin in order to turn the goblin into a princess. In order to save the princess. Sweet. All right, I just have to fix the images. Well, actually, no, I don't have to fix it. I need to refresh. Look at that. It's working out on something. Has NPC enemy type dragon is not defined. Did I not define it? I didn't. Dragon. Here. End it. Go over to my renderer. And do this. And then do that. And then do... Oh, geez. How cute is the goblin? Hey, Marilyn. Frickin' Marilyn is here. What's up, Marilyn? Good to see you. I made the server UDP and CLI interface instead of HTML for the sake of simplicity. Yeah, yeah. I understand why. I thought about that too, but I wanted to have it accessible by everyone, so... And I'm good at web, even though I hate it. The stuff I hate is the stuff I'm good at. As NPC type dragon. So we got a dragon, we got a princess. We've got EMF frequencies. Let me clear that. Let me clear this. Let me do this. Got our EMF frequencies are all locked in. We're good. We're going to do that. Now, as cool as it is that there's a skeleton here, I actually don't think that a skeleton... Man, Laughing Panda did a great job on this. Yeah, it's supposed to be a dragon, not a skeleton. His pics, like the outline and stuff, it really pops. It's way better than my stuff. I should actually change a couple of things. When I looked into doing HTTP, I realized you have to do threading and abstract away requests. I was like, hell no, let me just focus on the hardware interface. I'll use CLI. Yes. Yeah. Unlike you, Baby Yoda, I'm not a pussy, and I went for it and did it. It's not that hard. I got it figured out. You just got to read the documentation and slog through a bunch of text, but it's obvious I'm God. It is obvious I'm God. Thank you, Marilyn. I'm glad somebody sees my divine nature. You know, of all the people who sees my worth, it's Marilyn. I feel seen right now. Because I'm using C, the programming language. and I have a big ween. And so you put them together and it's seen. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how it works. That's totally how it works, you guys. Also, you're right. I put in jargon. Yeah, and yeah, that makes total sense. So I'm gonna clear this out, and I guess I might as well just exit real quick and restart it. I don't think I really need to do that, but there we go. Man, that looks great. Look at this. Wow, Laughing Panda. Good job. So now if I go down here, and there's a princess there. A beautiful girl stands before you. She rejects you because you're a poor MFer. And then this is great. And then we have a dragon. A menacing dragon is here. This is fantastic. And I can put the dragon in on some like um what do you call it? A mountain range. Where's the dragon? The dragon's at 1212. All right. So I could do something like at 1212 the terrain is that. So why don't I just do that? And then maybe just around it I can do the same thing. So I'll go over here. Whoops. Went too far. And at 12 12 there's no feature. It's just the terrain. Terrain mountain, I think is what it is. Yeah, terrain mountain. Mountain range. A mountain range where a dragon sits atop because you're a poor MFer with no job. All right. So I need to go make sure I'm rendering a mountain, which I am. I need to make sure my JavaScript is also rendering a mountain, which it should be. That didn't quite work. Oh, it's not taking up the full thing. So a mountain, crap. So it kind of did work. It's just not taking up the full. Yeah. So feature, I guess. So I guess we'll have to put mountain. Go back to this and do feature 0, mountain. Yeah. Now we have to go to the renderer. Now we have to say, if you have a feature as a mountain, You're gonna have to do the mountain. Where is it? Here. So then you do a mountain. And you gotta go over to the game. Where's the game? Then you have to say, does it have a feature called mountain? And I actually have to spell the full word, mountain. That would also help. And I gotta go down here. And I have to go else if feature mountain, whatever it is, blah, blah, blah. Then I do this. And then I do that. And then I do mountain. Then disconnect. Exit. I run it. In the JS file, shouldn't the dragon stuff be has NPC enemy type? I think it's just NPC type. Is it? Is it? Has NPC enemy type dragon. Sir, never question me again. Okay, well, there is a mountain there, but you can't see it. So we're going to have to move the friggin' dragon. It's enemy type. Okay, never, never, ever question me again. Line 152. No. Oh. Never question me again. You were right, but never question me again. Still don't question me ever again. Just don't. Yeah, NPC. NPC type enemy. Yeah, good call. But someone's paying close attention to what I'm doing. I don't know if I like that. We're gonna put the mountain like right below, I guess. So I don't know, 13. We'll just do that. That way you can actually see the mountain. Imagine how productive I would be if I paid this much attention to my own code. Yes. Imagine. Well, um, crap. I don't know how to pause it. Why is it not showing up? Did I do something wrong? Feature is mountain. I render it to terrain is mountain, but also features. Where are features? Feature mountain has mountain. Let me go look at my game code. Has feature. There we go. That's what I was doing wrong. Okay. There it is. Okay, and then I can put a book down and you can read the book and the book will tell you something. And I think that'll be the first alpha version of the game. And then I'll put this up on the server, and I don't like that I'm going to do this, but this is it. The other thing I could do is I could plug in an admin interface. Um, to make changes. I could plug in chat. I can do a WebSocket plugin. And then chat can send chat commands and do stuff. I could do that. Maybe I'll do that after, though. Otherwise, I might go down another rabbit hole. Not might, I will. Okay. So let me put the book down and put a little bit of a story, and that'll be it. Yeah, talented. So long as you don't use AI to render the mud world and make a React interface. Also, fuck Rust. Yes, I agree with all of the above. All of that I agree with. Yes. I've been people were really, really angry when I was talking, when I'm like, talk about anti-AI and anti-Rust and stuff and anti-React and everything. Man, so many people got pissed off. And now, all of a sudden, like I haven't been talking about this since forever on stream. No, I need to go here. No, I'm going to go 20. No, you know what I'm going to do? 33. A magical electromagnetic frequency wraps your body. You see a book on the ground. Maybe you should read book. All of a sudden, what? Who did you piss off now? Everybody. I've pissed off everybody now. All of a sudden, I'm right. That's what happened. All of a sudden, I'm right. All of a sudden, people are agreeing with me that Rust sucks, React sucks, AI sucks. It's all a bunch of bullshit. And it's terrible for the industry. Nobody should question me. That's right. Wow, that's right. Talented gets it. Nobody should question me. You should see me as an authority figure on everything. You should definitely not take away from my streams that you should think for yourself. That's definitely not what I encourage on my streams. Don't think for yourself. Read. It's going to be interesting to see what happens to these AI server farms when this shit ultimately dies off. Yeah, they'll just repurpose them or just shut them down. In China, they walked away from a few. Literally just walked away. Like, hey, we're just going to fire sale all our stuff. They'll be repurposed to run GTA 6, yeah. We'll need them to run all of Spiro Shitty code. Thanks, Volk. Have a good night, man. Hey, Laugh. I've made a decision. I've made a snap decision, Laugh, since you're here. You ready for this? Snap decision time. You just got back? Yeah. I know you just got back, Laugh. I know. I'm perma-banned. Okay, Laugh. Snap decision time. Here's the deal. I'm officially handing the game over to you. Whenever you're ready to step in and take over, once you take over, you do whatever the hell you want. I don't care. You do what you want. You do it however you want to do it. You tell me how you want me to communicate with you with the server. You are in charge of the game. I don't make any more decisions about the game. Yes. Yes, really. You say I react and Rust. Yeah. So the game is yours, because then that way you're going to keep me in check from doing, you know, making some decision that puts me down a rabbit hole where the thing never gets done. So once you're ready to step in and take it over, all I'm doing now is just like laying some groundwork for an alpha version just to have people play around with it. Mostly just test the server, right? That's it. That's what I really want to get out of this. Let's test the server. We can fill the world up a little bit more and whatever. It's fine. But once you're in, like, then that's it. You're in. It's yours. I don't get to do anything unless you give the approval. And then it's just a matter of you tell me how you need me to send you events and how you need me to read events coming out. And then I'll deal with rendering and the web and all the other stuff. And that's it. So there's my snap decision. Laughs in charge. All right, but I only agree to this on the condition that I get to cede control over it after a certain point. Sure. Yeah. Why not? Yeah. I don't see why not. You can do that at any point. Like it's not like you have a. It's not like you have a. I don't know. Like a bang bang stick to your head. You know. I'm not. I don't want to hold you hostage by giving you control. I want you to have the. Well, I want two things. I need a check. I need someone who will check me to make sure I don't go down rabbit holes. That means that if I actually think you're doing something wrong, I have to see what you're doing first and then come up with some kind of argument that I have to run by you. I have to convince you first. That's good for me. The second thing is that you have plans for this. You've already come up with plans for it. So, and I don't really, except for I want to do the princess thing. That's the only thing I would ask, Laugh. I really like the concept of everybody has to save the princess, all that stuff we talked about. I would just ask that you just stick to the general narrative of that. I really enjoy that. But even then, that's your thing. I want to do the princess. I totally want to do the princess. Yeah. Yeah. As a matter of fact, let me just boop, 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 boop. Let me just mute myself for a second here. Okay, so I just need to take this call. I'm gonna mute. Yo, what's up? Laugh's mom? Yeah. Yeah, you're my princess, aren't you, baby? Yeah, I'll talk to you later. Yeah, Laugh's being kind of a dink, but what do you expect? Yeah. That's right, princess. All right, I'll talk to you later. Peace. Okay. Unmuted. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I had to talk to a friend. Princess ma'am, yeah. Okay, so I just want to get this read thing out. If you're at the right coordinates, then you get to read a book, and it's just a little like teaser about the story. Otherwise, I will just say read what? And in this case, it'll be a book, right? So it'll be you open the book and a in and are please I beg of you, Laugh, please do the princess thing. I'm that's my one request. Please do the princess thing. I beg of you, please. You I really want that. I just think it's so cool. Like when you were talking about it with Emmett on Discord, I want that. Please. I really want that. Please do that. That's the only thing. The details up to you, but I just want the concept of you have to save the princess. I think that's I love that concept. So that's the only thing I ask. And then at any time you can just if you don't want to keep going with it, it's all good. But if you're in it, then it's your thing. You run with it. You open the book and are invigorated with a strange energy. Um, a dragon roars in the distance. As you read the book, you discover that an evil. I'm just making this up right now. This is not like canon, all right? I'm just putting this in for the sake of putting this in. Dragon. You discover that an evil king has locked away a princess in a castle. Perhaps you should save her. Or not. Up to you, bro. One more model, bro. One more framework, bro. One more GPU, bro. I swear, bro. This time, bro. We got this, bro. Space Utopia, bro. Operation Paperclip. It's just stupid as crap. I need coffee. A wild ship at dragon appears. If this works, I think this is it. Let me refresh. Sorry, bollocks. Bullocks. Bollocks. Bollocks. I've had laughs scold me. On my pronunciation of bollocks. Bullocks. Bollocks. Damn it. I can't even do it. I suck. Also, chat sucks. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Um, Crap. We segfaulted. Why? Internal string length. Okay. Yeah, the reason why is I replace the HTML for it and I have cache disabled. I should actually enable it. And so it reloads the image every time. Now that I've enabled cache, it's much better, see? I don't know where that segfault came from. There's a book. Okay. If I look, there we go. A magical electromagnetic frequency wraps your body. You see a book on the ground. Maybe you should read book. You open the book. Yeah. We need some smooth interpolation of the character moving around. Um, I yeah, I don't know about that. These are tiles meant to represent a large area. Yeah. You know what I'm gonna do? I'll defer to Laffley's judgment on that because part of rendering the game it ties into what Laffley wants to do with the game and how he wants to present the story and the game mechanics and all of that. So I'm essentially just a driver now for what Laffley wants to do. My understanding from having talked to Laffley is exactly what he's saying. That we render it purposefully this way, um, without the animations. So maybe for this game that might not it might not be what how Laffley wants to present the game mechanics and whatever, right? I personally would stick to simple only just because it's simple for me. I'm like when it comes to animations and stuff, I'm an idiot. So I would shy away from doing that until I really had to. But they would be cool. Yeah, animations will wait when you make a 3D client. Yeah, that's right. That's right. With Kohi. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure that that's it. I don't know why this seg fault happened. I'm a little concerned, but I know it's what is going to happen is people are going to jump on this thing. Kohi would be overkill. No, it wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't be enough. It doesn't even tell me where it happened. It's just an internal string length car const. I don't know where this is from, so not not sure. But I think I can put this on the website. What do you guys think? Should I put it on the website? Think we should do it and see how quickly you crash it? Kohi is closing down now. I have convinced Travis to never stream again. End of the road. Yeah, Kohi's not enough. You need to it's not. You have to have notepad minus minus in it. What do you want me to use this stupid thing? Come on, man. Come on. Get with it. All right? Get with it, old man. You save Travis, he can just make a game now. Yeah. That's right. He can. He can just make a game now. You're welcome. You're welcome, Travis. Uh, yeah, I mean, he says, I mean, didn't think that was going to go that way, did ya? Um, all right. I'm going to put this up on the server. Guys, this might crash really, really fast. Let's see what I got here. What would I have to upload to the server? Oh, you know what I should... Okay, real quick, I should fix one thing. When I load, it goes to the password, and I don't want it to go to the password, the focus to the password. That would be super annoying for all you folks. Where's focus? Auth key. I want the focus to be on player name. Yeah. All right. Segfault speedrun. Let's go. Yeah. The other thing I want to do is fix up the dist folder. Let me do that real quick. Let's cross all our T's and dot our I's. Let's take the dist folder. I'm going to take this and zip it into this. We're going to call it like version 0.0.0.1. Delete it. And I want to have a script that does the dist.sh, I believe I have. Yeah. All right. So what do I want to put in here? I want to put images in here. I want to put my CSS in here. Let me just start. It's gonna be easier. I want to put my HTML in here for sure. Images. Okay, yeah, my JS. I want to do that. I want to put JS in here. So I can go images over to dist images. I can go game is going to go over to game. HTML will go over to HTML. CSS and JS as well. All right. And then we zip it just to be sure. I should put in the git ignore anything.zip. And is that it? I think that's it. All right, let's try running that. Dist. What did it omit? Omitting directory. Yeah, why? Images got put in there. Duh. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let me have a look in here, make sure. Yep. Yep. Yep, all the images are in there. Yep, the JS is there. And the game itself is there. It's 1.9 megabytes. Fantastic. Let me go back to dist folder. And I need to go log into my server and do it on this other... Go in here, go over to PSAUX prep server, I believe is what was running. Yep, so I can do kill 931.932, which is, I think it's -9. All right, go over to pure C. Yep. And then I'm going to take all of this stuff. I'm going to delete it. It's all gone. And then I'm going to upload this stuff. We're doing it, boys. We're doing it. And then I go back to my server and I run game. Permission denied. All right. All right. So, guys, I don't know. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, okay. Let me... Oh, what the hell? Okay. Let me go on there again and go. Okay. That apparently worked when the first one didn't for some reason. Am I receiving events? I am. It looks like I am. Am I... Uh-oh. Is Spiro Ulysses? Yeah, that's a question. There's a question. I am getting map updates. Okay, let me disconnect. Let me just run this again. No, it's stuck on pending. It's not moving for some reason. Crap. I wonder if threads are not installed. Okay. Let me go over here. I'm just looking through my server. Did I have the right libraries installed? I might be missing a library or something. It's timing out. It could be that threading isn't installed, so it's working out. So let me take the server down. You would think it would freak out at me if that was the case. No, that's fine. Run it again. Yeah, it's stuck. Am I having an architecture issue here? Um, if I send a message again, new connection. Each one becomes a new connection. If I disconnect, it hangs out. Yeah, it hangs on this. Okay, so let me turn it off. Let me make sure. I think libc. I have that. So why would it be hanging up on? Man, never ends. Never ends. We were about to ship it and it never ends. Maybe ask ChatGPetto. I bet you ChatGPetto won't know the answer either. It'll just give me a bunch of stuff that's like, you know, useless. How come it says? How come my gold bar says 100%, but it's not 100%? It's like $8 away. I don't know why. I'll have to talk to Vamp. So it's hanging when it waits for a message call. What are we doing in the message call? We just respond with a 200. Why on earth would that fail? There's oh my god, dropping subs. Oh my god, thank you for that, man. Dropping out 5 subs. Now it's 100%. It's actually above 100%. Let me see what happens if I. So it's about like $25. Let me see if I just add $25. What happens? Add. There, it's over. It's 101%. Thank you, oh my god. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Let's call it a rounding error. Yeah, semantics. Now we're at 101%. Thank you, man. You took us over the line there. I appreciate that. Um okay. So yeah, so what is it that it's going on here? If I look at the logs, socket 4 comes in, and then socket 5 and 6 hang. So let me try this again. If I do that, let me maybe disable the cache. All right. Whoops. Let's try it again. I'll refresh. Okay. It loads. That's fantastic. There's someone on there. Oh, and now it works. Oh, it was my cache. That's why. Oh, someone's on their hack. Is it DDaver? Who's on there hacking? Bros, it's working. We did it. We did it. I'm watching the logs. We did it. And it's unhackable. It can't be hacked. You can't hack me. I cannot be hacked. You suck. Yeah, we did it, bros. We got it. It's live. Holy crap. Pure C, no dependencies. We brought in some stuff for like dynamic arrays and stuff. Didn't even need that. It's unhackable. It's unbeatable. You can't crash the system. It's still live. All right. So here you go. If you want to hop on and play, get on in here. Get on in here. um, I could do a few minor tweaks. I could like there's some nice things I could add to this, but it's there. It's there. Laughing Panda has given me some nice artwork that I can plug it. Oh no, it crashed. Someone crashed it. Someone caused a buffer overflow. Oh no. Someone buffer overflowed. Caveman server 1195. Well done, Orshi. Well done. You just tried logging it. One sec. 1195. Yeah, okay. So there's yeah, it's out of bounds because it's 4096. No, you don't need to make an account on Discord. You just go in and log in. So yeah, I've set the max buffer here to 4096. And if you try and do that, then if you try and do more than that, then it's bad, right? That's bad. Um, so okay, Travis, how would I catch this? I've set a hard limit and I want to make sure that I cap it at 4096. I guess I would have to take n bytes and just go if n bytes received is yeah, this is what I would do, right, Travis? I'd go if n bytes is greater than maximum whatever it is, max server client data buffer. That's what's happening is I'm reading more bytes than my buffer. strn copy into the buffer. Is that all I do? Okay. strn copy. strn copy. Okay. And then how the hell do I use strn copy, guys? strn copy. I want destination, source, and size. Okay, destination would be buff. Wait. Yeah, I need the 0 at the end. Wait. My source, though. Oh, shoot. Yeah, okay, destination, source, size, so it'd be like 4095, 4090, 4096, 4095. So do dest minus length 1 to account for null terminate. Hang on. See, okay, look, this is what's happening. It's up here. Look at this. This is my problem. How do I determine where my it's not so straightforward, right? I'm receiving input from a file descriptor. I'm essentially doing like a receive and just ingest the data, then putting it into the buffer. So how am I going to str and copy this, right? Because I'm doing this. It's a pass by reference, read into buffer. Does what I'm saying make sense, guys? Help me out here. I'm drawing a blank. Like, I'm having a hard time grasping how I bounds this. I don't want to receive more than what the buffer can hold. Is my buffer just a string? Yes. This buff here, it's just a string. Yes. Could I not bound it and then strn copy into a bound? Maybe? Receive with max length of buff -1. Or into a temp buffer. Okay, so what if I did... let's be really pedantic about it, right? So we'll do this. And then I'll take out the strn copy for now. Okay, and then I'll build it. Then I'll dist it. All right, then I'll go update the server. Where's dist? Here. Upload. All right, and then I'm going to run this thing. Okay, and then let me go back to here. Over here. Now, it should be running. I hope. Okay. Give it a shot. There's Dingus. I see Dingus. Can you... Yeah. Hey, Pablo. I'm not a recent grad. No, I'm 41, man. I didn't even finish high school. Are people not able to move? I think so. Okay, I'm going to restart it, all right? I'm not sure what's going on with me. It seems to be hanging for some reason again. Nobody else can move, right? It's not just me. Nobody else is moving, right? Well, let me try disabling the cache. It won't even refresh for me. Okay. I'm going to run it again. Yeah. But it says it's listening on sockets. It's pulling them in. I wonder if we screwed up the... Are you in now? Yeah? I'm not able to get in. It's locking up. So it was not locking up on my local machine. Shit. Yep. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely locking up. And I don't know why. Um, So let me just do something over here real quick. So if I go permissions? No. Have I tried turning it on and off again? Yeah, I have. I legit have. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it off for a minute and I'm going to show you guys the logs, okay? So I'm going to turn it off and then I'm going to run it. And you're going to see here as you guys are trying to play it that it's not telling me anything except that it's hanging. But um it wasn't doing this locally, so I don't know why it would be doing it here. You know what I mean? Like, and it's threading. It's showing threads. So maybe I gotta bite the bullet and do uh a thread per TCP. Just everyone gets a thread. It's working for you right now. Okay, but the problem is that if I go in right now, like you'll see, if I go in right now, I'm going to break your connection. I think because just for some reason somehow it was working locally for whatever reason, but maybe I just gotta do the stupid per thread. Wait, you're both in there right now? Can you guys see each other? Like, do you see more than one person? I don't want to go in there and ruin it if you guys are seeing it. You see someone called Tess? That's me hanging like hung. I don't know, I see some dudes. Okay, let me try and get in there then. It stopped working. Yeah, it hung up. Yep. Yep. Okay. So, yeah, it immediately hangs up there. All right, maybe I have to freaking double down on the stupid. Ah, that's annoying. Okay. Um, don't worry about it. I'm gonna try and fix this. Thanks for testing it out, guys. I appreciate it. I think I've got some things I should tackle. So one of the things I should do is just make sure that I haven't set like some kind of max connection to some stupid amount. I haven't. It's 100. There's no way. There's no way that we're reaching 100 connections, and we know that to be true because we can see the number of connections here. It's not reaching 100, so it's fine. So it's not this. Yeah, I'm doing the TCP calls, the socket calls. Essentially, yeah. Um, when I process connections, let me see where I go here. When I process connections, I trigger the fact that it needs to be processed. What happens when I do new connection? When I do a new connection, this is making me want to make an RMORPG. What's that? When I do a new connection, I just instantiate it. Retail Manager's Office RPG. Rubbish multiplayer online RPG. Michael Scott Simulator. Did you free or delete? It seems like it was working fine locally with, so I think I'm fine there. In terms of freeing and deleting, anyways. I gotta think about this. So we add the file descriptor to the number of file descriptors that we have globally. We know that we can do up to 100. We could even increase that if we really want to. We could go up to 1,000. Okay, we set it to read. So that's all we want to do. So all this does is it takes a socket and it puts it into an array of available sockets that need to be dealt with. Some sockets get closed as soon as you ship some HTML or CSS or JS. Other sockets stay open. This is fine. Handle client data happens on a thread where I go through all the file descriptors and handle them one by one. That's this one. If it needs processing, then I process it. All right, so what if I set it to false first, then process it? The other way to do this is to create a thread and pass in as an argument over here the file descriptor ID, and then this thing would just run it. Okay, let me try this first. One step at a time. So we're gonna turn this off. We're gonna go back to, where were we? Here. Build, and then dist. And then I'm gonna go over to my super secure thing up here, and I'm going to go and upload that. And then I'm going to run it again. Okay. Will it hang? Damn. We seg-faulted. Deadly signal. It's not even telling me where it is. Aborting. Unknown address. Okay. Nope, it's still stuck. It creates 2 new sockets. Like so it creates the sockets, but it doesn't even get to parsing the headers in the body. And I wonder if that has to do with the way we're dealing with that buffer. Not here. Here. Um, okay, maybe I just didn't put the proper ending on there. Let's give this a shot. Nope. Here. I can exit out of this. All right. And let me go back. Okay. Nope. Still hangs. So it's not really this then. Okay, let's get crazy. Nope. Okay. We're gonna have to put some logs. No, 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 no. Here, while I'm at it, let me go over to my JS here, and then instead of, nope, my CSS, sorry. Nope, I guess it is my JS. Go down to book, skeleton, wizard, players, like that. Do I need to set the sockets to non-blocking? I think I've already done that. I'm pretty sure I've done that. I'll check. Yeah, disconnect. Nope, that didn't help either. Received into buffer. Manage to parse. But when I get to socket 5, it's like it's not receiving whatever my payload is. It doesn't even make it that far. So where does it get to? Like, what part does it get to? That I need to figure out what part it gets to. So it's not making it this far. Is there an uncaught condition here somewhere? Let me go up. Okay, so we do that. We have logs for this scenario. We don't even get here. About to read bytes into buffer for SPF IDX. Like that, I want to see that after socket 5. Like, I want to see this. And then and bytes. And bytes read. I could even just look at the file descriptor here. The sender FD and go sender FD. I'm pretty sure I can do that. Okay, yeah. Bytes read, sender FD4. Yeah, it all looks right so far. It's crazy that works, but then I do this. It doesn't even make it there. About to read bytes into buffer for 1. I should look at server pull FDs SPF IDX dot FD. It's so strange because it works fine on my local. Typical. Right? Typical. Yeah. 1, which is socket 4. Yeah. And then about to read bytes into buffer for socket 1, which is socket 4. Okay. So somehow, now I see, somehow it is getting confused. About which socket. Why is it getting confused about the sockets? If I go look at what I'm doing here, I'm passing in um oh, what am I doing wrong? Is it because I'm receiving the main socket and receive? No, it's not socket independent. You pass the file descriptor. I'm passing in the wrong ID. Passing in the wrong ID. Why am I passing in the wrong ID? Um mhm. Yep. I pass in that. I make sure that our count is not greater than our max. I've never seen this, so that can't be the case. What is sock invalid? Mm-hmm. There's a new file descriptor. We're setting it to read. And then okay. Let's try it again. Could not add new socket to array of sockets. Could not add new socket to array of sockets. Why? I'll get it. Don't worry, guys. I got this. How do I initialize this guy? Here we go. I do sock invalid on every single one. Maybe it's because my initializing socket. Nope. This is crazy. This is so crazy. Yeah. Now this is gonna do, yeah, -1. All of them are -1. Every single one of them. Okay, that's good. So then I don't see the problem. So all I really have to do is go greater than or equal to 0. That means that they're already set. That should be fine. Like I don't. That confirms the negative case. All right. Yeah. So far, so good. And then it happens. Could not find. About to read bytes into buffer for 1. -1 and bytes read. Sender FD -1. I should probably check for that. Thank you for the follow, entity. I appreciate that. I should go. I should go like this. If less than 0, then just return and go bad FD. And maybe I should even close it. Huh. About to read bytes into buffer for 1. But I already did. And I parsed the headers in the body, and then I sent the stuff out, and okay, so there is something happening right here. The logs are telling me, I just wasn't reading it proper. Well, at least we've discovered that much. If I, yeah, because there's a hung, yeah, okay. Well, something hung up. Someone tried to get in here with no auth key and player name Turdo. Yeah, it's right here. So about to read bytes for whatever, and then it just hangs here. Yep, that ain't right. So what is going on with the receiving then? Um, okay. Why don't I go look up the receive socket? So they may be used to receive data on both connectionless and connection-oriented. The only difference between receive and read is the presence of flags. Receive, socket, buffer, size, flags. It is equivalent to this. All three calls return the size of the message on successful completion. If the message is too long to fit in the supplied buffer, excess bytes may be discarded depending on the type of socket the message is received from. If no messages are available at the socket, the receive calls wait for a message to arrive unless the socket is non-blocking. I'm pretty sure I'm doing FCNTL already. Server get listener socket. That's that socket. But am I doing it for the other ones? I'm probably not doing it for the other ones. I could try that. I thought I was doing it for all the sockets, but maybe I'm not. Um, so, what's FL? FL is whatever this is, and then listener is probably my FD, isn't it? Yeah, it's my socket. So I would take my FD and I'd pump it in here. And I'd set the flag, and the flag would be this plus non-block. So I would have to do it in here. I take my new FD and then sure, I have to take, yeah, I have to take it, yeah, and then I go sock opt, and I don't remember if I do it before or after, but I can do this and then go FD, and hopefully that's it. Um, it's new FD. I don't know, man. Up over here. Do this. Um, crap. Now I have to do what? Sender FD 4. M bytes read is -1. Sender FD is 4. So why did it not? Deadly signal. There's no way you didn't if it's if M bytes is -1, there's no way you didn't run into this. How the hell does that work? Is it because I'm trying to access this when it's nothing? Yeah, I'm trying to access this when it's nothing. This is bad. Bad jujubes. Um, I don't know, unknown n byte size or something. Like it doesn't matter. Or rather it's n bytes d is n bytes. Okay. Let's see. Invalid poll FD index. Okay. It's just constantly send failed. Bad file description. Okay, let's bad FD. So it should never do anything. It should return. That's so strange that it worked on my local. That's wild. Yep. So what if I take the non-blocking out? No, on this one. No. How on earth is it hanging now? How did that happen? How did I make it hang now? It was working. What the hell did I do? Okay, what happens if I do like what I had before? Take that out, go like this, go like that. I must have changed something and it broke it. Yeah. Okay. Maybe let me go back and set this back to what it was before, just like 4096. Is it just too big of a buffer? It was working locally and I busted it locally, so I must have done something strange. Yeah, see, now it's... there's some kind of limitation. Okay, now let me try the non-blocking. Yeah, I did something. I broke something. On what ports? Yeah, it's not the ports. If it was the ports, it wouldn't even run. It would just freak out at me and tell me that the ports are taken. Yeah. Yeah, so when I enable the non-blocking, it gets worse. So what did I do that made this worse? I put the stuff on a thread. Could that be it? Maybe I just don't do this? I doubt it's this because it was working on threads. Or you could air no after the -1 receive return to get more info. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Yes. Huh? No. Let's ship this to the server and see. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, boys. I guess have at her. Let's see how much this works. Yeah. Sick fault. In buff, memory access at 4.5 overflows. All right. So you guys are overflowing it. So let me. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I can change the buffer. Overflow on the login. Yeah, that's all right. So I can go back up to my max, whatever it was, 4096. I can do that. I can also go back to doing this. And um yeah. Let's try that. I'm pretty sure that'll work. No, build and dist. All right. Let's give this a shot. Let me upload it. Run the game. I know. Go for it. You guys are sending overflows on messages and everything. Uh, line 1220 on. I think I know where that is. Man, you guys are brutal. Memory access at offset overflows this variable. Why? I don't know why. I'm gonna have to look at that. I'm gonna have to put this guy in here and look at that. I'm gonna start the server again. Maybe try something else. I'll leave this running. Server's up again. There's activity. There's Orsh. Okay, you're dead. You should get resurrected if that works correctly. In like 30 seconds or something. It's supposed to be. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you got resurrected. Okay, now, Orsh, can you do me a favor? You're not on my tile right now. You're not where I am. So I'm gonna post a say. You should not see test, correct? You don't see that test, right? Okay. And then if I go to your tile and then I type in test 2, you should now see test 2, right? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So the tile-based stuff works. Okay, so I have to figure out some um yeah, I have to figure out some of the crash issues with the sockets and whatnot. But so long as people don't do anything weird, then it technically works. It's not it's acceptable for the purposes of the concept works, if that makes sense. The concept is showing that this is working. So I need to clean up the server, which is perfect because then Laugh can work on the game stuff. I need to clean up the server and make and tighten this guy up now. But conceptually, people can hop on the game and do basic interactions and have a little bit of fun with it. And I just have to sort out like what happens when people try and break it or do a bunch of stuff with it. So that means that the non-blocking is doesn't seem to be an issue. It seems like I can get away without non-blocking for now. I'm gonna have to test that as well. I should probably write a bit of a like maybe just something on the JavaScript side that does like some heavy testing on um, just like slamming through a bunch of commands, or like some big text or whatever, big strings, stuff like that. Um, but yeah, this works. So now I can start improving it. Just generally speaking, it works. If I look at you, yeah. If I talk to you, nothing will happen. If I try to attack you, nothing will happen because I don't have player attacks turned on. I can do that next. Um, yeah, that's it. I disconnected. Should I still be showing on your client? Let me make sure that you actually did disconnect first. Let me just see. I should see like a hung up. I want to confirm that because if it doesn't say that you hung up, then it would technically keep you around. Okay, hung up. All right, so it did hang up. So I have to sort that out. I think I know what happened. I think there's a bug where I take your socket connection ID and I close it, but I don't go find out who which player in the game had that socket connection. So I close the socket connection, but you still live inside the game. So the rendering ships you the game anyways with you in it. So I gotta do that. So let me. So in here, I need to go to do find player who was associated with the game and take them out of the game. Okay. Sweet. So just don't ship entire massive amounts of text and whatever, and the game is conceptually playable. I'm happy with this. Keep him in the world for a while, because if you take him out immediately, then players use that to avoid deaths. I see. That's a good idea. Note. Keep player in world for a short timeout. Maybe like a disconnect tick. So players don't use death cheats. Um, yeah, so you just didn't put in an auth key, I guess, huh? That makes sense. Yeah, I should also put in like validation for auth key and stuff. Maybe in manage to parse to do ensure that auth key and player name are not empty. I should check for that. Yeah, I mean, that's great. That worked. That's great. So I just got to tighten up the server, but it works. So I'll keep adding some stuff, but now I have a thing I can show off. This is the beginning, folks. We did it. We made it. Okay. Um, what's my plan for the for upcoming streams? Tomorrow I'll do a news stream. I'm going to switch gears briefly. I'm going to work on two things on stream. Sophie, who's a member in chat, she wants me to work on her website, on her NeoCities website. So I'm going to help her out with that. I'll try and do a few things that she wants me to do there. I'll do it on stream. I'll also work on that the counter, the watch counter below me down here. That comes from Vampire Frog on YouTube side. He's got this thing called joiner.live, and it makes me able to do things like this, for example, like that. It's all thanks to chat, yeah, or like that. There's the goal bar is his, all of that. So I'm gonna work on that this week, probably Tuesday, Monday or I don't know, something like that. I'll work on that. We're gonna rip. He's got Vue in it. We're gonna rip it out and we're gonna make it nice and clean vanilla. So there's no more Vue in that widget. So I'll work on that on stream. I'll keep working on this game. We'll see what Laugh is up to. At some point, Laugh's gonna step in and say, "Don't touch the game anymore," because I'm redoing it. So well, whenever he tells me to do that, then I'll be hands off on the game and I'll just work on the server, and then I'll go back to my other game. So there's lots coming up. Um, yeah, we'll see where the wind takes me, but that's that. I'm gonna go have dinner and stuff. I'm tired. How long have I been streaming? I don't even know. Thanks, Sorshi. Thanks for the follow, man. Almost 6 hours. Damn. Almost 6 hours. That's quite a bit. But my goal that I never explicitly stated was to get this done by the end of the month. And here we are. So, all right. Let me find, I don't know, let me see if there's some people we can raid. Let me do that real quickly. Oh yeah, there is. Yeah. Thanks everybody for being here. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Thanks, Amagod. I know where I'm sending you guys. I'll send you guys over there. And let me do it on the YouTube side as well. Gotta do this. Gotta do this. Gotta do that. Man, I hate the YouTube interface. It's terrible. All right. There we go. I think I've set it all up. Okay, peace out everybody. Have a great weekend or whatever. I will catch you guys tomorrow. I'm on Discord, pound Discord. If you want to hop on Discord, I'll probably pop on there later or something, work on some stuff. I need to update my resume and things like that. So thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. We're gonna keep working on this guy, and we're gonna make it more fun for you guys. Okay, I promise. And Laugh's gonna get in there, and it's gonna be a blast. Peace out. Have a great day.